Hello everybody, happy Saturday, how's it going? Welcome on back to the stream. Hey, there we go, there y'all are. Hello, hi. Happy Saturday, we are here, we are back for Ace Attorney. I just realized, I want to see if I can fix this. Can I do this? Can I expand? Nope, not that far, there we go. No, that's still got a little shade. A little bit of shadow. I guess this is about as far as we can go without getting too much. Huh? Well, okay. Now you can see my hand motions, so I can move around a little bit and you can see. Ah. Hey there, Dillingling, how's it going? Out there in the living room. Welcome back. It's time for more Ace Attorney Saturday. We are starting case 3 today. How if I hit continue? Yeah, there we go. It just goes to the beginning of the episode. Sweet! Okay, so we can watch the beginning. I got water, I got tea, I got other tea. One's like the streaming tea for doing voice stuff, which is what we need for Ace Attorney Saturdays. The other one is my yerba mate to help keep me awake. I don't think we're gonna go like super long today. I would ideally like to keep it around like 3 hours, maybe 4, but I don't want to go super late today. Been a very long end start of the year. There's a lot of cleaning involved. This is a big deal. You gotta start off the year fresh to keep the house spirits all happy that you know you're starting off on the right foot. So we did a lot of cleaning. I'm a little tired still. Okay, anyway, so. But I want to get in as much as we can, so we should just probably get going, I guess? So we can get as much of this episode in as we can. We might stop part way in, and then finish it next week. Like, in between, like, sets, because, like, you know, there's checkpoints here and there, so we might, like, stop in between, and then pick up, and then see how it goes. So, we'll see. We'll see how it do. Get this started then, shall we? Beep. There goes. I like how it's still a night piece. Episode 3, Turnabout Legacy. Is that a cake? No. Sort of. Your 3 p.m. cake extravaganza. What shall we bake next?
And Judy's bake and ball.
Your 3 p.m. cake extravaganza, okay. Macarons, waffles with cream, chiffon cakes that are light as a dream. Laugh and sing, smile, it's true. All that sweetness waiting for you. What? Where? Over there. The oven's got something special to share. Bing! Now, let's see what we've got for you. It's cooking time! Are you ready to make something special together? This would have been really funny if I started it on time and it was actually 3 p.m. Details. Wow, talk about a blast from the past. Hey, Gregory. I'm going back there. Tomorrow, with your boy. Finally gonna find out what happened 18 years ago. What happened 18 years ago? Why cake place? What are we doing here? What's going on? April 2nd, 10:05 a.m. Zodiac Hall, Fountain Room. Zodiac named anything in a game with mystery is usually a interesting sign. It means shit's gonna go down. Well, Fender, are you finally going to tell me what we're doing here? Why have you brought me to an art gallery of all places? Hey, you had nothing going on? Seemed like the perfect chance to come and enjoy the magic of star sign stuff. Enjoy the magic of star sign stuff together. I just remembered that I need to move me because I'm on top of the text. Here we go. There you are. Now you can actually see it. So y'all can follow along. Alright, great. I know what I'm doing. Leaving. Chill, big guy, I'm just joking. You know about the IS-7 incident, yeah? The old man's last case? Of course. Von Karma took great pleasure in showing me the files as soon as I became a prosecutor. And I reviewed them again last night after your invite, see? Case files. I was also present at the trial all those years ago, although my memories of it are somewhat hazy. As a child, I was completely in awe of my father. The sight of him in court was inspirational. Gregory Edgeworth, attorney at law. Opposite him, the man who would become my mentor, Manfred von Karma. It was quite a case. However, it ended with the conviction of the accused. Ah, so you were there too? You were in the courtroom for Gregory's final outing? Well, that'll make explaining things easier. I wanted you to know something else. I wanted you to know something, see? That something being what really went down. Not the truth in those files, but the capital T truth. It was 18 years ago, smack dab in the middle of a real doozy of a winter. The buildings were covered with a blanket of snow, and it looked like the streets were lined with popsicles. But things weren't so innocent behind those frozen doors. In fact, some pretty sordid stuff went down. This was back before yours truly was the fine figure of an attorney you see before you today. 18 years ago! Ooh, we got an Edgeworth history. December 24th! That's right, it took place around Christmas, so he has a bad time. December 24th, 5 p.m. Detention Center Visitors Room. Edgeworth doesn't enjoy Christmas. Hey, Mr. E. This one really came out of the blue, huh? It did. We were called in before the ink on the arrest papers were even dry. My name is Gregory Edgeworth. I'm a defense attorney. I'm here visiting a client with my assistant, Eddie Fender. A murder on Christmas Eve? What's the world coming to? In the dark of night, at the end of the day, I saw two timely saviors a-coming my way. Why am I here? What the fuck is this? Welcome, my friends, to the visitors' room! And if we're not friends yet, I'm sure we will be soon. Whoa, talk about an entrance. I was not expecting that. Neither was I. Sorry if I surprised you. I'm just so happy to see you both. Thanks so much for coming out. Seriously, I can't thank you enough. You're the accused, I take it? I am. Gregory Edgeworth, attorney at law, at your service. I look forward to representing you. Edgeworth & Co. Law Offices, senior partner Gregory Edgeworth. This is my assistant, Eddie Fender. Pleased to meet you, sir. I'll do, everything I can to help. Come now, Edward. Calm down, please. You'll have to forgive him. He's still new to this. He's been helping me out part-time, but he's far from a fully fledged lawyer material yet. Nonetheless, I'm hoping he'll be of some assistance in investigating the particulars of this case. Gregory and Eddie, it is an honor to meet you both. My job as a defense attorney is to save my clients from wrongful convictions. Are we playing as dad this time? Well, what are we doing? So the first thing to do is establish whether or not he is truly innocent. Perhaps we could begin by having you tell us a little about yourself? What am I thinking? I haven't even told you my name. I'm Samson Tangaroa. What? It really is you? Samson Tangaroa, the world's greatest confectioner? You flatter me, my young friend. And call me Samson, all my pals do. Wow, thanks, Samson, I will. I can't believe I'm meeting you in person. Seems Eddie knows something of our client. Mr. E, it's the Samson Tangaroa, the singing, dancing, confectionery making sensation. What shall we make today, kids? Macarons, waffles with cream, chiffon cakes that are light as a dream. Laugh and sing, smile, it's true. All that sweetness waiting for you. Look there. But where? Over there. The oven's got something special to share. Bing! Now, let's see what we've got for you. I love this guard in the back who's all like, jazz hands. Da-da, da-da, like this. He's doing like this. Do it. I can do it too. Oh, it's like this. Okay, we'll stop. I almost started dancing along. No way! I got to sing with Samson Tangaroa. This is a dream come true. Thanks, little pal. It means a lot to hear you say that. My apologies, but I think we need to discuss the matter at hand. Of course. I'm sure you're both very busy. Alright, where would you like me to start? Tell me about yourself. So you're not just a confectioner, but also a singer and dancer? I sure am! When I'm having fun, my body just starts moving! Must really enjoy making desserts. Haha! Wouldn't be much of a confectioner if I didn't. I live to make sweets that will bring joy to others. Hey, they're not just things. They're works of art. Sparkling, dazzling, mouth-watering creations. Stuff that dreams are made of. So he aims to create joyous and inspirational pieces, does he? Alright, tell me about the incident. I understand that the incident in question happened at your mansion. It did. We were holding an international confectionery contest there when a body was found inside of one of my creations. That's nasty. But like, it would be foolish for him to do that himself, right? That'd be the epitome of stupidity. Inside one of your... No way! The detective in charge placed me under arrest because of it, and now here I am. I could never take a life. Never. I am sure the police will see that too in time. They'll realize their mistake. Oh, sir. You are too naive. Your prosecutor is Von Karma. That dude will lie through his teeth. I sure hope so. And what can you tell us about the victim? His name is Artie Frost. Okay. He was taking part in the contest. Mr. Frost was a wonderful confectioner. His creations were things of real beauty. I just don't understand. Why did he have to die? Sorry. He seems genuinely upset over the victim's death. I think I have a pretty good measure of the man now. Mr. Tangaroa, there's just one last thing I need to confirm with you. You didn't kill Mr. Frost, correct? Correct! I swear to you I didn't do it. Like I told you, I could never take a life. Never. Seems quite sincere. Alright, I'm gonna take you at your word. Thank you for being so forthright with me. Likewise, it's good to talk to somebody other than those detectives. We'll head to the We'll head to the scene of the crime and see what we can learn. We'll be in touch when we have something more to tell you. Goodbye! Goodbye, Gregory. Goodbye, Eddie. I'm counting on you both. December 24th, 6 p.m. Contest venue? Fountain room. It's pretty cold out there, huh, Mr. E? I never saw so much snow. Yes, and it doesn't seem like it'll be letting up anytime soon. But just look at this place. What a sweet house Samson's got. It's huge. Yes, big enough to hold an international confectionery contest, no less. Welcome, welcome, everyone! Come on in, we'll have us some fun! Oh no! Are you all right? I'm sorry. Would you happen to be Mr. Gregory Edgeworth by any chance? I would. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Eddie Fender, Mr. Edgeworth's assistant. Mr. Edgeworth, Mr. Fender, welcome to our humble abode. Judy Bound. It's an honor to meet you both. I'm the housekeeper here, and Mr. Tangaroa's assistant. Was it you? Are you the real killer? Are you the crook here? Were you jealous? Were you jealous of the limelight he gets? You think you're a better confectioner? I'm suspicious of everybody. Yeah, you're no housekeeper. You're Judy Bound, the Judy Bound. Give a little something of my work. Not little. I'll watch you on TV every chance I get. I'm Bacon Bob's biggest fan. It's very kind of you to say so. We'd be nothing without our fans. And what might Bacon Bob be? It's only the biggest show on TV. Every kid on the planet loves it. And the dynamic duo of Samson and Judy make delicious sweet stuff, all while singing and dancing. Like this, check it out! What shall we make today, kids? Cookie dough, caramel too. Fluffy shoe cream, tiramisu. Everyone, come along! Bacon treats with a smile and a song. There, ooh, where, who? There, it's true. The oven's got something special for you. Bing! Just take a bite and you will see. That was a wonderful performance, Mr. Fender. Bravo! I dance along every time I watch the show. Perhaps Miles might enjoy it too. I'll suggest it later. Oh dear. All this dancing really takes it out of a guy. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm the world's worst hostess. Here, nothing relaxes the body and mind quite like a cup of tea. So, wild theory. Perhaps she is the killer because she was jealous, upset, angry, what have you, that Samson was getting all the attention as like the star, even though she was just as talented and also one of the main stars of the show, but she is relegated to his housekeeper. That's a very reasonable reason to be upset and try to frame somebody. And that would also give her really easy access to shove somebody into his confection. Ah, this is Ceylon, correct? It's delicious. Its citrus aroma is said to improve one's ability to concentrate, as I recall. Hold on. Interesting. So this is what Ceylon tea tastes like, huh? Oh, odd. The saucer's cold. Yes, it's so that the tea cools down more quickly, I'm afraid. Some of our guests don't like it too hot. I see. Those teacups are very unique too. The design is really something. You think so? Thank you so much. I ordered them all the way from France. They're my absolute favorite. They were designed by a marvelous sculptor named Paul Halik. Have you heard of him? He makes the most amazing tableware in the world. You're clearly a big fan of his work. Oh, I am! These teacups are my greatest treasure. She's certainly not afraid to show when she's passionate about something. If you don't mind, Miss Bound, I'd like to move on to the reason why we're here. Can you tell us everything you know about the unfortunate incident that occurred earlier? Of course. I'm sorry for getting so distracted. I guess I'm still in shock. Because I'm the one who found the body, you see. You discovered the victim? Is it true that the body was recovered from inside of one of Mr. Tangaroa's creations? It is. We were in the middle of the contest's final judgment phase when I heard the sound of something big collapsing coming from Sanson's room. Samson, are you in here? I opened the door and went inside, and there was Mr. Frost's body. Thank you. I'm sorry to make you relive such a traumatic experience. Think nothing of it, please. I only wish I had more to tell you. She's super sus. Now, if you don't mind, Miss Bound, I'd like to begin our investigation of the crime scene. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, Mr. Fender, you have to save Samson. He's no murderer. He could never do something like that. Of course. Leave it to us, Miss Bound. Thank you so much. I'll go serve the others their tea then. Come, Betty, to the scene of the crime. Yes, Mr. E. Oh, it's Detective Bad. December 24th contest venue, Tangaroa's room. No way, everything in this room is made of chocolate. Can't believe I'm getting to see so many of Samson's creations this up close and personal. I might be more excited myself if the room wasn't a murder scene. Ugh, just hearing you say that sends a shiver down my spine. That might just be the temperature in here. It's rather cold. And now that you mention it, it is pretty chill. Achoo! Defense on the scene already? That was fast. Pleasure to meet you, Gregory Edgeworth. I'm representing Mr. Tangaroa. This is my assistant, Eddie Fender. Nice to meet you. Bad. Detective Tyrell Bad. Detective in charge is named Bad. Man, a few words. The fuck did you just do? Something about this just doesn't taste right. Does it taste bad? You're eating your notepaper? He likes to chew over his thoughts rather literally, I'm afraid. Helps him to digest and remember them. It's a little quirk of his. Please try to ignore it. Well, I'd be the first to admit that it's easier said than done. With introductions out of the way, Detective Bad, would you mind if we joined you in investigating the scene? Sorry, not gonna happen. What? How come? Mr. Edgeworth is Mr. Tangaroa's attorney! Yeah, and attorneys will do anything to get him off the hook. Even put words in their clients' mouths. Think I need that on my crime scene? Mr. Edgeworth would never do something like that! I don't trust attorneys, okay, kid? Detective, you established my client's supposed guilt based on an investigation of the crime scene, correct? That's usually how it works, yeah. What of it? and extend me the same courtesy. I believe he is innocent, and I would like the chance to prove it. You believe he's innocent, and you didn't even see the scene yet? That's some flimsy lawyering. That's exactly why I wish to see the scene for myself. I need to ensure that my belief is based on solid evidence and sound reasoning. You about to tell me you're not leaving until I let you look over the scene? I am. Fine, knock yourselves out. Thank you, Detective. I'm coming around with you. Like I said, I don't trust attorneys. You're good with that? Go ahead and get to it. The lollipop this whole time? Must admit, I didn't see that coming either. Yeah, do throw people off. We'd better get started then. I'll need you to take notes, Eddie. On it, Mr. E! Mr. E, mystery. I see what we did there. Thanks. Thanks for that, Capcom. Let's get this over with. So this is where the body was discovered. Yeah. I took it away already, but everything else is just how we found it. Oh. I want the yellow, not the blue. It appears the body was inside the treasure chest. Yeah, a woman by the name of Bound found it. Samson, are you in here? Ha! Seems she heard something breaking and came in to see what it was. What was the sound Bound heard coming from Tangaroa's room? If only we had just a little more information. Something else in here. Huh, it's... looks like a seal of some kind, with somebody's initials and an intricate shape carved into it. It's for making those fancy wax things on the documents? Do you think it's belonged to the victim? No, it's for confection. No idea, but it's gotta get logged anyway, so I'll take that. The seal was found near the body when it was discovered. What could the design signify? It's definitely somebody's seal for the confections. For putting their, probably like a signature. It's really rather impressive making an entire ship out of chocolate. That's Samson Tangaroa for you! Don't you just want to take a big bite out of it? Which part to bite first, though? That's the real head-scratcher, you know? Bite any part of it, kid, and you'll be off this crime scene so fast your head will spin. Hey, it was just a joke! Stop staring at me like that! I do sometimes wish Eddie would keep his cool a little better. One of the stands where the ship is broken. Ship collapsed because one of its stands broke. Ship must have collapsed onto the treasure chest and smashed it open. Wait, do you think? Can that be how the victim died? Was he crushed by the ship? No, he was. This becomes an accidental death and not a murder. But why would he be in the chest? You too serious? Don't worry, detective. For the moment, we're simply discussing a possibility. I was being serious, though. Detective, can you tell us a little more about the state of the victim's body? Let me see. Got a picture here someplace. You can see for yourselves. Death was from blunt force trauma. The victim was struck and killed with some kind of blunt object. What about the weapon? Has it been found yet? You can ask the prosecutor in charge about that. The detective's not one for sharing much, I see. Would you mind if we borrowed this? The skin off my nose. It's not like it's official. Bound took it with an instant camera when she found the body. An instant camera? Like it's disposable or something? No, it means it develops the picture right there and then when you take them. No way, sounds pretty convenient. Now then, I'd better get my facts straight and take down some notes of my own. Huh. Something in this picture that contradicts with the current crime scene. I need to call on my powers of deduction to figure out why. A real crime scene, this is so exciting! This isn't a game, Eddie. I need you to take it seriously. Don't worry, Mystery. I'm taking notes on everything. You are? What kind of notes? Notes about how all this delicious stuff is made. Can't wait to try it for myself. Not playing around, Edward. Take this seriously. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth. Gloves. Tangaroa wore them when he was working on his masterpiece over there. They're conveniently good at hiding fingerprints, too. I suppose it's possible to employ them in such a manner. But is it really all that suspicious to find a pair of gloves in a kitchen like this? I'm a detective. Everything's suspicious. That's the job. There's some very tasteful tableware here, along with some kitchen utensils. This tea set is of the same design as the one Miss Bound served us with earlier. Think Samson could have been drinking tea out of that? The pot and cup were dusted for prints. His were the only ones they found. That was the case for the utensils too? Everything else had been washed, so there weren't any prints to find. And if Mr. Tangaroa was wearing gloves while he was working on his confectionaries, that could explain why prints were only found on the teapot and cup. Ugh. Well-equipped kitchen, as one might expect. Sadly, it doesn't look like there's much to be found in the way of clues. Nothing of interest in the fridge either. We checked. And you are? Sorry, meditating. Do you want something, detective? Oh, I'm an attorney, not a detective. Gregory Edgeworth. Pleasure to meet you. I'm his assistant, Eddie Fender. I see. Name's Carmelo Gusto. I'm a confectioner, here for the contest. More? What's your specialty, Mr. Gusto? Full on sugar. The art of air and sugar. No way! Look at that! I'm a little baby. It's a little baby seahorse. Gum Dick Shoe. Thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're doing well and having a great weekend. It's a dragon, a noble soaring creature of the skies. That is some dragon. That's a dragon? It does look more aquatic than airborne. No need to sugarcoat it. My design sense is weak. I know that better than anybody. That's why I'm heading to Jangfa when this is all over. I need to train hard. Perhaps we should get off the subject of his design sense for now. So, what are you doing in here, Mr. Gusto? I didn't think they were allowing civilians onto the scene yet. Detective wanted to know more about one of the pieces in here. Makes sense, seeing as he's a contestant. Perhaps I should ask him a few questions of my own. Tell me about yourself, Mr. Carmelo Gusto. Those are some interesting implements you use, Mr. Gusto. A chicken? Please don't tell me that's supposed to be a phoenix. It looks like a chicken. Sugar blowing pumps. They put air into the sugar. They're so cool. It's like watching a sword master do his thing. I'm no master, Not a day goes by that I don't hurt myself one way or another. That's why I wear red. That way. It doesn't matter when I make a mess. I guess the first problem is that the red would still show blood stains or any kind of stains. You would really want black if you want stains not to show up at all. Also, why? He has a scar, right? Why is he still wearing the same hat that like clearly shows that like this is the hat he wore when he got cut? The way of the confectioner is a lonely one. You never stop learning, not until you die. The way of the confectioner sounds like a long one too if he's still injuring himself on a daily basis. It's not that bad. You're more likely to get burned at anything with sugar work. Which, like, you know, it doesn't really matter what color smock you're wearing at that point, because all the burns are on your skin. Alright, tell me about the confectionery contest. What can you tell us about the contest? Based on what we've seen so far, flavor doesn't seem to be the only criteria at play. The contest was Tangaroa's idea. It's about art. Confectionery as art. Confectionery as art? Art you can eat. Every part of it. Every single item in this room is edible. The whole place does kind of smell like chocolate. Tangaroa is a genius, a once-in-a-generation talent. Flavor and flair. He has it all. And if you can't outdo the god of confections himself, you can't win. I don't know, man. Beating out the greatest in the world seems kind of hard, yeah? As it should be. Whoever beats him becomes the greatest in turn. That's the real prize here. Nothing else matters. So you're competing for a title, effectively? And a treasure. The ultimate cookbook. Tangaroa's most prized possession. If you want to know more, it's all written down here. It's the list of rules that was given out to contestants. Oh, sweet. Piece of paper listing the rules for the contest. Hold on, I want to look at that. Prizes, the ultimate cookbook, and the title of the world's greatest confectioner. Rules, judging will proceed clockwise from the leftmost room. All contestants to gather in Mr. Tangaroa's room when judging ends. Non-confectionery items may not be used as decoration. Stands and display materials will be provided. Contestants may not enter another contestant's room until judging has been completed. Ooh, I can look at this. Yes, what a gorgeous design. Really? Seems like a bit out there to me. Like, how do you even get your tea in there? I imagine that's the lid. That's clearly the spout. So there's probably like some kind of like basket filter in here and you would just drop the tea leaves in and then fill it up. It's kind of weird, but it works. But it's weird. It is weird. Art isn't about function, Eddie. It's about form. But really good art is also functional, in my opinion. Guess I'll have to take your word for it, Mr. E. This art stuff is way beyond me. Oh. Wait, hold on. No, that's not what I meant to... I wanted to click on this. That is the same symbol as what the stamp we found inside the chest. Look, there's something stamped on the bottom. It says PH. Paul Halik? Yeah. I suppose that must be Paul Halik's pottery mark. Those are his initials after all. Why was that in the chest? Miss Bound said she's a big fan of his work. His initials, huh? So if I'd made it, it would say EF? Perhaps you should practice by initialing your personal belongings first. Interesting. It is kind of weird. Victim's body was found in Samson Tangaroa's room inside a chocolate treasure chest. The cause of death appears to have been blood loss following blunt force trauma. And we don't know why this is here. Is the victim actually... Artie Frost, huh? What if Artie Frost is actually Paul Halik? Oops. I wasn't done yet. A seal that was found near the body. And then proof of my profession of- oh, wait, hold on. Hold up. We haven't had Gregory Edgeworth do this before. Your badge is in the shape of a sunflower, right, Mystery? Does that have some kind of special meaning, or...? It does. Sunflowers follow the sun, correct? In other words, they always face the light. Just as we attorneys do. We should always aim to be on the side of liberty and justice. Wow, then I'm gonna work hard and be just like a sunflower when I'm an attorney. No doubt that you will. Is this your badge number here on the back? That's right. The number itself doesn't mean much, of course. Well, if it doesn't really matter, then I want mine to be a string of repeating digits. I'd actually pay to see that. Alright, tell me about the incident. Sorry, I don't know much about what happened. I only heard about it after the judging was over. How's the judging organized? It started at 3 p.m. Tangaroa began making the rounds right around then. He left his own room, then worked his way around the venue clockwise. Bestow's room, Scone's room, and Frost's room. Frost is the victim. Oh, we haven't met Scone yet then. Okay, so there's one more contestant here. My creations were the first to be judged. After that, he went to Scone's room. She's another one of the contestants. What can you tell us about her? Ruthless, brutal. There's nothing she wouldn't do to win. She was working with Cream. She's some kind of dreamscape. And last of all, Frost's room. His thing was flavored ice. Sculptures this time, or so I heard. Interesting. We have chocolate, sugar work, cream, and flavored ice. Bad found the body, while Tangaroa was still making the rounds. She panicked, ran to call the cops. Tangaroa went right on judging. Claims he didn't know a thing about it. Till afterward. Went ahead and looked over the victim's work, even though the guy was nowhere to be seen. Pretty suspicious behavior in anyone's book. I don't have enough information to challenge him on that yet. By the way, Detective Bad, what were you and Mr. Gusteau talking about earlier? I was going to ask about the piece on the wall here, the one in the frame. It seemed like something was off. Oh? Angel beset by thorns, but there's no thorns. That is kind of weird. Angel's cookbook. That is pretty weird. It says Angel's cookbook, but the title's wrong. Oh, and there's fingerprints on it. Or handprint. Like somebody messed with it. He wouldn't do that with his own work. That's quite odd. No, I'd better ask somebody who knows about this stuff. And then you bozos showed up. Pulled me away from my very important work. Perhaps we can take a closer look at it together. Can't take a hint, can you? Mr. Gusteau, would you mind helping us out? Of course. Confectionery is my life. Looking at the other titles, we have a Diary of Despair down here. There's a diary with a quill, and the Light of Life, which is a candelabra. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. Thank you. That's very kind of you. Who knew you could make a picture this pretty out of chocolate? Samson really is a god among men. Is it really made of chocolate, though? It looks far too much like a regular illustration to me. You have a good eye. I'm impressed. That's no piece of candy. That's the ultimate cookbook. The ultimate cookbook? In other words, the grand prize. What? So it's not made of chocolate after all? No, the book is simply enframed in some. Ah, interesting. Tangaroa showed it to all of us when he gathered us here to explain the rules. So the participants knew that the grand prize was in this room the whole time. Anyway, you see it too? Frame, something's missing. Oh, and there's a leaf missing. I see a few things wrong here. Like, that seems weird. Unless these are supposed to be thorns? This is weird. That's weird. Oh, you guys can't see it. I'm blocking it. Hold on. Hold on. Hold. I'll just move. There. There's a big old hole right there. Ah, the oddity Detective Bad was going to ask Mr. Gusteau about earlier. Yes. You're right, Detective. Something is missing from this frame. So it's not just me. Huh? What's missing? I better show Eddie which part of the frame's been missing some chocolate.
Take that.
Look at the decorative work in the corner here. Something's missing, no? Oh yeah, it's different from the other side. That's not like Tangaroa. The balance is all wrong. That's not all. Take a look around. Every confection in this room is missing some small bit. You're right, the candle holder, the nautical stuff, they're all like that. Who's taking bits out of the art? Yeah, this is missing one of the lights. This is missing a spoke. That's not totally pinned down, I guess, which is a little weird. Who's fucking around in here? Did somebody deliberately damage them? That's a very good question. Or did Tangaroa just want it to look like somebody messed with his work? He'd never do that to his own creations, never! Could this have some deeper meaning for the case? Mascara the entire scene. Alright. Picture is not made of chocolate. It's the cover of a book. The ultimate cookbook. The ultimate cookbook, in other words, the grand prize. Yes, and framed in chocolate. Tangaroa showed it to all of us when he gathered us here to explain the rules. So the participants knew the grand prize was in the room the whole time, yeah. What's up with the handprint? Are these finger marks? Yeah, but we don't know whose yet. Still haven't figured it out. No fingerprints, no ID. Finger marks without prints. It could certainly be important to the case. Someone left finger marks on the chocolate frame but didn't leave any prints, so they're probably wearing gloves. It's a real head scratcher, all right. Not really. I'm guessing whoever it was wore gloves. Oh, where's your sense of romance, of adventure? There doesn't seem to be much of either at a crime scene, Eddie. That's you! You alright, Eddie? Yeah, but it's sure chilly in here. Yes, it wasn't exactly warm out in the fountain room either. But it's even colder in here. Would you like to borrow my jacket? No, I'm fine. Besides, you said you'd give it to me when I finally got my attorney's badge. I did, didn't I? Why do they have the heats down so low? Because the chocolate will melt! I thought that was rather obvious. Chocolate needs to be kept at the right temperature. Take a look behind that panel on the wall. What panel? Look at that, it was right here the whole time! There's one in each of the contestants' rooms. Tangaroa hid them so they wouldn't spoil the aesthetic of our works. Ah, clever. And what do the controls do? I mean, control the room temperature? They adjust the temperature and the lighting. Goes all the way down to negative 22 degrees Fahrenheit. Cold enough to keep any confectionery from melting. So, in effect, each room is a giant freezer. It's 59 degrees in here. No wonder I'm cold. Oh, just wait until you're in the ice room, my friend. Which I'm sure we're gonna go into because that was the victim's room. And he works on ice, so you're gonna freeze your ass off. Hey, Detective Bad. You, mind if we turn it up a little? No, it will wreck the chocolate! Preservation of the crime scene is the foundation of detective work. Oh, but I'm not a detective! Same goes for attorneys, Eddie. Must never disturb the scene of the crime. Get used to the cold. It's all part of your training. Chocolate needs to be kept between 59 and 65 degrees. There's no way around it. You know the temperatures by heart, huh? Guess it is your job. I mean, it's not that hard to remember. Once you learn it, pretty easy to remember. It's the very least I should know. See? There's much more to remember. You also gotta remember, like, what temperature is for tempering, when to bring it up and down, and then it varies for different kinds of chocolate. Any real confectioner should be able to tell you that and more. Alright, what about lollipops and cream? It's not too hot or too humid. A lollipop should be fine just about anywhere. Cream needs to be kept at around 50 degrees. Need to watch out for heat and humidity, huh? Duly noted. Why? Why? Why does he need to know that? Detective Bad kind of brightened up when he was talking about lollipops, didn't he? Suppose he must be very fond of them. I don't believe there's any more to be found here. These controls can be used to adjust the room's temperature and lighting. Red, yellow, green, dark blue, light blue, white. That's a huge range. Temperature set to 59 degrees. Light color set to white. The pieces in here are made of chocolate. Oh, sorry, wrong person. The pieces in here are made of chocolate. That's why. White light makes them look better. Mr. Tangaroa must see the room itself as a part of his carefully crafted creations. I mean, you would do that, yeah. That makes sense. Looks like a fire alarm. Yeah, and before you start prodding it, it's not made of chocolate. Push it and bells will start ringing. People come running from the security room. Whole bunch of hassle, so don't. I know you want to. Don't. Honestly, the thought hadn't even crossed my mind. Huh. Typical attorney. What does being an attorney have to do with anything? Detectives are not fond of attorneys. A candelabra made of chocolate. There's a title here, The Light of Life. Well, this particular light seems to be missing one of its life-giving flames. Does it have some sort of symbolic meaning, or could it be... It's a journal belonging to the captain of the chocolate ship, also made of chocolate. Diary of Despair, that's some title. Come hark and see how we crossed the sea and rode the red tide to misery. Quite a jaunty rhyme for such a tragic-sounding tale. It is a diary of despair. This must be the title of this piece. Angel beset by thorns? That's pretty mysterious. Really gets you thinking, huh? I think I'm a fan. You have good taste. I'm especially fond of it myself. Simply captivating. Mr. Edgeworth, Mr. Gusteau praised me. Now, Eddie. Don't make this into a thorny issue by bragging about it. You have bad taste. Was that a dad joke, Mr. Edgeworth? I'd better make note of this momentous occasion. Oh no, he's becoming a real dad! Or did I make a joke, dad or otherwise? You called it authority situation. Whether you like it or not, you made the dad joke. You live with that. Live with your crimes. Okay, I think we really did find everything we were going to know. It's a fine selection of nautical paraphernalia. Think one of them could be the murder weapon? No, they're all made of chocolate. That'd be silly. No, they're all made of chocolate. See? They're all made of chocolate. You'd have a hard time bludgeoning somebody to death with one of them. Can't tell what's real in here. Everything's fake. That's all you need to know. It's all fake. It's all made of chocolate. They really do look genuine. I can hardly tell the difference myself. True testament to Mr. Tangaroa's skills. Hello, kid. How's it looking over here, officer? Nothing of interest in that cupboard, or... Yes, sir! So, there is? Oh, no, there isn't. Just a blowtorch used for cooking and some tableware, sir. Heard the man, Mr. Attorney. Nothing to add, am I right? No. So, do you have something to add? Oh, no. Can't get a straight answer out of anybody. Perhaps you should ask a straight question? One with a clearer yes or no answer? Also, language is just weird. What are you investigating, officer? Sir, I was just taking the temperature of the water here. And what have you learned? Oh, it's warm, sir. Stream in each room flows into the main fountain, and then the water circulated back to the rooms. Usual, to say the least. I've never seen a house quite like this one. Rich folks, they're all crazy. Oh, what's this? Hold up. The Red Rover and the Crimson Tide. Looks like this title is the inspiration for everything on display here in this room. The ship and the treasure chest, of course, but also all the other nautical objects on display. Certainly a suitably grand theme with which to showcase Mr. Tangaroa's talents. Inspect everything, I know. Yeah. Voyage of the Red Rover. After sailing the seven seas, the legendary ship happens upon a great treasure at last. This piece is a tribute to the adventurous spirit of our ancestors. It's titled The Voyage of the Red Rover. After sailing the seven seas, the legendary ship happens upon a great treasure at last. This piece is a tribute to the adventurous spirit of our ancestors. Who knew? So they sailed 6 whole seas before they found anything? Not exactly the luckiest crew out there. Sometimes you gotta take a bunch of wrong turns before you find the truth. That's what being a real detective is all about. So you admit you could be wrong. Did they even have detectives back in those days? Yep, that's certainly what we're thinking about here. Alright. So... something's different. It's a blue cloth apron. That is something breaking. Blunt force trauma. Broken stand. Damage creations. I mean, probably it was the broken stand, right? Let's see. Yeah. The stand broke and the ship collapsed with it. And the loud sound it made brought Miss Bound running. Yeah, said the ship had already keeled over by the time she got in here. But why did the stand collapse? What caused it to break? Why did the chocolate stand supporting the ship break? Maybe the whole thing was off balance from the get-go. That really have been the case? I highly doubt it. This man's a master confectioner. Probably has to do with the fact that everything has been tampered with. Hold on. Oh, there's a cat. Oh, we have a cat. We have a cat here who's very insistent on getting in the way. Getting all up in my space while I was trying to read. So now I'm getting all up in his face. Look at him. Hi, cutie. Look at the camera. He's just like, please let me go. Alright, see you later. Alright, why did it break? Probably because everything in this room got damaged somehow? Just a guess. We'll give it a try. Cool, it worked. All of Mr. Tangaroa's creations are missing a little piece each, including one of the stands that was holding up the ship. Somebody really went all out. You think it could have been the killer? Certainly a possibility. Either way, I think we can safely say the stand was damaged in our mystery person's tampering spree. And when it broke, the ship fell and smashed open the treasure chest, which would have remained closed otherwise. Okay. Oh! Why is the bottom torn out also? Hold up. Was it because that's where the blood was? Interesting. Yeah, that has to be my guess, that they tore out the bottom because of the blood. Maybe? Could this be related to the evidence somehow? Oh wait, hold on. Can I say that this matches... I really want to point out that this stamp here matches this. Can I? Will it let me? Sort of the relationship between the evidence and what we see here before us. No, there's no yeah, there's... No, that's not what they want to get at, but I really want to know about it. I really, really want to know. Certain there's something missing that ought to be here. Floor?
Eureka!
Said that the only thing that's been removed from the scene is the body? Yeah, that and the piece of cloth it was wrapped in. Then something here doesn't quite add up. It doesn't? Take another look at the scene in front of us, Detective. A very conspicuous pool of blood that should be here is clearly missing. Right, don't remember anybody mentioning they'd removed the blood along with the body. Let me check with forensics. What is it, mystery? Did you figure it out? Compare the treasure chest in the photograph to the real thing. In the picture, the solid chocolate bottom continues underneath the deceased's head. Yeah, but they took it out. Unsanitary, for one. And yet that part of the chest is now gone. Part with the blood all over it. Exactly. So did the police remove it? Or perhaps the killer? Wasn't forensics. They're saying nobody took anything like that away. Ah, so who came in and took that out of the thing, then? Interesting. So somebody deliberately removed the blood from the scene? Could be. Police have taken custody of the body. Okay. Alright, we're done with our investigation. Yay. I think we're about done here for now. Well, if I wasn't convinced before, I am now. Tangaroa did it. No two ways about it. There was nothing here that explicitly points to him. What do you mean? All the rooms in this place, locked from the inside. The only way to unlock them from the outside is with this key. See, and who had access to that key? Who do you think? Tangaroa. And it's the only one. There aren't any copies. Huh. Tangaroa, the one only key that unlocks every door in the mansion, Tangaroa was in possession of it the entire time. We have to be missing some information here. There's got to be another way to open the doors in case of an emergency without the key. Because what if you were in one of the rooms with the key and you like were in danger and you passed out or something and you needed like emergency services to come in? There has to be another way to access it. Otherwise, why have a fire alarm in each room? The mansion key. Tangaroa could slip into anybody else's room anytime he liked. And he could even lock his own room from the outside if he wanted. But Mr. Tangaroa's room wasn't locked, was it? Nope, which is exactly what makes him a suspect. Would you care to explain your thinking? If his room wasn't locked, then literally anybody could have come in here and done that. I don't follow the logic here. What are we doing? What are they thinking? Oh good, we're gonna interrogate him. Fun. Why I think Tangaroa did it. The door had been locked when the body was found. Tangaroa would have been the obvious suspect, which is why he deliberately didn't lock his room. Why he smashed in the lid of the treasure chest, so the body was on full display. That makes no sense. Everyone was supposed to gather in his room when the judging finished up, so he made it look like the murder happened while he wasn't there. That makes so little sense. The one thing he didn't plan on was Bound finding the body. Anyway, that's my thinking on this whole thing. Good enough for you, Mr. Attorney? No! That's really terrible logic! You're a police officer, come on! You also believe it was Mr. Tangaroa who damaged the other pieces in this room? Yup. I know you have to believe your client. That's your job. But I'm a detective, and I serve the law. Currently you're a bad detective. But no self-respecting confectioner would do that. What reason would he have to do something like that? Like, what motive did you even come up with for this? No matter how squeaky clean somebody might seem, a suspect is still a suspect. I pretend to fully understand your reasoning, detective. Now, would you mind if I applied a little critical thinking of my own? Heh, do your worst. Just as the detective won't compromise his devotion to the law, I won't compromise my beliefs either. And I'm not about to just accept his version of events. In fact, I'm going to show him that the piece of evidence that highlights the contradiction in his claims. For battle time, let's go! The door had been locked. We're gonna press everything. Let's go.
Hold it.
It's hardly solid grounds on which to base your suspicion of Mr. Tangaroa, detective. And that's hardly solid grounds to start shouting objections left and right on, Mr. Attorney. I didn't say objection, I said hold it. Maybe quit interrupting and let me finish. Why he didn't lock his door? Or he didn't lock it because he wasn't... Because he wanted to let people come in and look at his stuff? Because he, I assume, wasn't... Wait, hold on. How can he be a participant and a judge? Kinda... Huh? What are the rules of this contest? He can't be a participant and a judge. That's like... That makes little sense also. That's a conflict of interest. There's no self-respecting, like, contest would do that. My brain doesn't like this. Alright, anyway. And why would he deliberately not lock his door? Because if he locked it, he might as well have held up a sign saying he did it since he had the only key. But maybe it was just a coincidence? Maybe you just left it unlocked without meaning to? You just happened to leave it unlocked and somebody just happened to find a body inside? Or because it was unlocked, somebody could put the body in there? Come on, kid, you'll never make detective thinking like that. Who do you think we are? But I don't want to be a detective. I want to be an attorney. I'd be grateful if you stopped trying to steal my apprentice. Look, there's a reason why Tangaroa left his door unlocked. And why he smashed the lid of the chest. You're saying Mr. Tangaroa himself deliberately smashed the treasure chest open? Yup. If he hadn't, the body would have never been found. Wouldn't that be the ideal situation if you want to murder somebody that nobody ever finds the body? I struggle to see how he managed to destroy his creation while judging the contest at the same time. Exactly! Besides, there's no way he would have disrespected his sweets. He eats every last crumb on Bacon Bop while dancing. That's the only way his stuff gets destroyed. This isn't about what happens on TV, kid. You know about Bacon Bop, Detective? Am I the only one who isn't familiar with the show? Wow, I never would have guessed! Can you sing the theme song too? Never mind that now. Focus! Point is this. Tangaroa was responsible for breaking that lid. Everyone's supposed to gather here. That was on the rules. The judging began in Mr. Gusteau's room, correct? Yeah. Kinda wanted to check his hard candy stuff out myself. He is a fan of sugar works. Specifically lollipops. In that case, how about the demonstration? It's a dog! Dog has kind of the face of a pig, but that's okay. It still looks like a dog, right? With a cute little fluffy tail. Or is it supposed to be a pig because he's a police officer? Pig dog. Well, it's you, Detective. Are you calling him a dirty dog? It's a wolf! Oh! Because he's the big bad wolf? Huh. A lone wolf. I like it. I'm starting to enjoy these little displays. Anyhow. Made it look like the murder happened while he was there. Okay. Do you have a clear idea of when exactly the murder took place? Not yet. Autopsy report's still pending. And yet you still went ahead and arrested Mr. Tangaroa. We may not know when the murder happened, but we know when the body was discovered. It was while Tangaroa was judging Gusteau's room. Perfect alibi if he could set it up just right. But still not grounds for an arrest? Surely you have to agree with that. Do I? Especially when I've got nothing more to say to you. Why do I get the feeling he's hiding something? Detective Bad seems pretty convinced that Mr. Tangaroa is the culprit. There's no way he would have vandalized his own creations. No way! Still, the treasure chest did get smashed in. There's no denying that. Perhaps we should focus more on what led to the body's discovery? Doing so should make it easier to spot the flaw in Detective Bad's theory. Alright. No, we're not gonna go into the door. Why he smashed the lid of the chest? That's probably the one we want to go with. Okay. But he didn't smash it, something collapsed. How would we object here? Lid was closed until the ship collapsed. So... I guess we'll try this. That's the only thing I can think of. So are we saying that he intentionally took a piece out of the ship to make it collapse onto the thing? Alright, well, let's just try it.
Objection!
That was the nerdiest objection I've ever heard. Objection! We've established that the body was hidden inside the chest, and that Miss Bound only came running into this room when she heard a sound. It seems reasonable to infer that the sound was that of the chocolate boat collapsing. Sure, seems likely, based on the evidence. And yet you assert that it was Mr. Tangaroa who had smashed the lid of the chest. I believe this photo makes it clear that it was the ship that did the smashing. And that it had occurred only moments before Miss Bound had entered the room. Then it couldn't have been broken by Mr. Tangaroa, who was out judging the contest at the time. I never said he did it then and there. Could have done something to the stand, so it collapsed when he was in the middle of judging.
Objection!
Have you any way of proving that assertion? Nope, but the investigation isn't over yet. There's still time. And yet you went and arrested him anyway? So he doesn't have anything conclusive. Have you found any prints in this room besides those of Mr. Tangaroa? Yep, on the door. But we found Tangaroa and Frost prints on there too. We were all brought in here for a briefing, right before we started work on our creations. Those prints are probably from then. I take it you haven't checked any of Mr. Tangaroa's works for prints yet? Why would... We know that somebody tampered with them. Therefore, it's possible that they left some prints behind when they did so. Fine, but if we don't find anything, your guy's still at the top of my list. Got it? I hope we find everybody's prints. You, check all of this chocolate stuff for prints. Now! Yes, sir! Right away! Detective Bad! We finished dusting the chocolate and we found prints that don't belong to Mr. Tangaroa, sir! Go on. Whose? Delicia Scone, sir! She's one of the contestants. Good work. You can go back to whatever you were investigating before. Yes, sir! So, it seems we have a suspect besides Mr. Tangaroa. Even without your lawyerly input, I wasn't about to wrap up the investigation anyway. I'll go speak to Miss Scone and see what she has to say for herself. Delicia Scone? Are we trying to say delicious scone? Okay. Mr. Gusteau mentioned her too. He said that she was ruthless, that she'd do anything to win. This Scone lady sounds like a pretty suspicious character, huh, Mr. E? Yes, I think we'd better try to speak with her ourselves as well. Dr. Bad, would you mind if we accompanied you? Babysitting you is not my job. Oh, come on! But I guess you did pick up a couple of useful clues already. So if you want to tag along, be my guest. Hey, thank you, Detective. You're too kind. But Detective Bad, sir! I don't think that's such a good idea. The lead prosecutor's still busy in there. It'll be fine. Me and him don't exactly see eye to eye anyhow. Who is this him? Who did they assign this case to? Manfred von Karma. What? They gave it to von Karma? He hasn't lost a case in 25 years. Manfred von Karma, a living legend over at the prosecutor's office. Never faced one another in the courtroom, but I've heard plenty of stories. They say he'll do anything to ensure a guilty verdict. But I can't let that distract me. For now, I need only continue to do what I believe is right. Oof. To be continued. Alright, we'll go a bit longer. It may not be the full next part, but we'll go as long as we can. December 24th, 7:30 p.m. Contest venue, Scone's room. She works in cream, right? Oh, never mind. Yep, that is the face of suspicion. Is that a rat on your apron? I'm trying to read it. It's really small. I'm sure we'll get a closer look. We got... That's creepy. That's creepy. We got little dolls here. That's always unsettling. So this is all cream? Like ice cream? Okay, I guess that's kind of cool, actually. Whoa, Candy Castle. Look, there are even some little elves to go with it. Oh, those are elves. Oh, like Keebler elf kind of elves. Got it. I understand. Like candy elves, not fantasy elves. I understand. Room's laid out, pretty much the same as Tangaroa's. It's not as cold though, that's something. Okay, so it's not ice cream, it's just regular cream. Let's see. Yeah, looks like there's a temperature control panel in here too. Over there where that orange light is, right? Better take a closer look at it when we can. It's like a fairy tale storybook in here. And this whipped cream covered construction must be the work of Miss Delisha Stone. Where is Miss Scone? Behind the castle. Me? Well, I'm just over here, dearie. Oh, just look at you lovely boys. Delisha Scone at your service. Some cheeky blighters back in Blight even call me Miss Delicious. Well, that lovely boy at 34. Unexpected to say the least. Huh, lovely boys? Really? Even Mr. E? Oh, yes, dear. You, the detective over there. You're all lovely boys to me. I'm nobody's lovely boy, lady. Name's Bad. I wonder just how old she is. Finish this up so we can get out of here, Mr. Attorney. He's uncomfortable. Yeah, alright. Oh, son of a bitch. What is the meaning of this? Chit-chatting with the defense? That's a functional door?! How?! Everything has to be edible. I have to imagine that's chocolate work. Because sugar is really fragile and it would break. But then why the room is warmer, so that'd be an odd choice. And then how do you make it functional in a castle made out of cream? Or is it just covered in cream and made of something else? But then what would you use for hinges so that it works? Oh my god, I don't know how you would do this. I know how to make confections. I've had some practice. I can't wrap my head around this. The hinges, man, the hinges! Mr. Edgeworth! Some scary guy just stepped out of the castle. Von Karma. What? He's Manfred von Karma? Heap! This Sorry, mannequins. The notorious prosecutor Von Karma himself. Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Von Karma. Gregory Edgeworth, attorney at law. Huh. I couldn't care less what your name is. Your job is to lose to me and disappear, never to show your sniveling face again. What a thoroughly rude individual. Those piercing eyes, that furrowed brow. Ugh, you're even scarier than they say. And you might want to keep such rude thoughts to yourself, Eddie. We're hoping you might permit us to carry out some brief inquiries, Mr. Von Karma. Ha! And why would I wish to extend you any such courtesy? This clearly isn't going to be easy. So long as your inquiries are limited to this room, I suppose I'll allow it. Why the sudden change of heart? You! Tall fellow! Name's Bad. Is that so hard to remember? Huh, I didn't ask for your opinion. The thoughts of a lowly detective do not concern me. But I do admire your spirit. Bad. See to it that these worms don't step out of line. Why do I have to? I'm not offering you a choice, detective. I need to go and look over Gusteau's room. Good day. Great, more babysitting. Why are Detective Bad and Mr. Von Karma investigating together? They don't seem to know each other well enough for there to be bad blood between them. The hell is this? Everything needs to be edible, but this looks like rolls of fabric. And like little rock statues. I mean, an ice cream roll would work pretty good for that, but those are huge. What are they even in there for? Well, looks like we have permission to investigate. Guess we better get to it. Indeed, I'm not sure I trust Mr. Von Karma's motives, but at least we can do that much. Hold up, I haven't been over this room yet either. You're not messing it up before I get my chance. You'll have to wait till I'm done. Why don't we just do it together? Huh? But I thought you were the lead detective. How come you didn't take a look at this room yet? 'Cause I wasn't the first one they assigned. One of Von Karma's pets was on the job before me. Right up until just now, in fact. I got here not long before you did. And answers my questions as to why they're working separately, I suppose. Let's say we look over the room together, Detective. It worked out well enough before. Then you won't have to worry about us messing things up. You can keep an eye on us as we go. A kind of screwball attorney. Has to have a detective breathing down his neck. I mean, we're both just interested in the truth, so, like, it's fine. We'll find things together at the same time, draw our own conclusions, or draw conclusions together. It's fine. Guess I'm stuck with you for a little while longer. Yes! You're amazing, Mr. E! Have our thanks, Detective Bad. Don't be too grateful. This is my scene. The second you get in my way, you're out of here. Of course, we understand. Now, shall we begin? Begin investigation. Where did Miss Scone go? Oh, she's over there cowering. Got it. Okay. Don't turn around! Don't turn around! You turn around, you'll eat it! Can't eat the castle! Don't eat the castle! I guess he's watching his sugar intake. There's a blowtorch and some chemicals here. I guess it's all for cooking with. What these chemicals are? Let's take a look at the labels. Mango Down 911, homicyanide 247? Huh? Wait, they're all poisons? No, sir! There are common colorings and flavorings used in candies and desserts! The first is concentrated mango boiled down to its purest essence, hence mango down. Asking for trouble with a name like that. Yeah, I'm curious as to what homicyanide might be. Me too, I understood mango. I don't know what the heck they're trying to do with the homicyanide. I can just talk to Detective Bad? Why didn't I do this earlier? Notice anything? The room's laid out the same as Tangaroa's. Does anything else strike you as strange? Von Karma was inside the castle. Must have been looking around in there. Who knows? Maybe he had a reason to. And what about Miss Scone? Does she seem suspicious to you? She's hiding something. I'd bet my badge on it. Call it Detective's Intuition. Detective's Intuition, huh? Well, I have to say I don't disagree. Something's not right here. I think we'd better hear Miss Scone's side of the story. This just makes me really want to play Chip Chicken Police. The second one came out. I need to buy it. Or did I buy it already? I can't remember. Anyway, I need to play Into the Hive. It's an incredible piece of work. Hard to believe this whole castle is made of sugar and cream. Even the doors? How? 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 How do you make it stable? Sugar shatters. Hard sugar shatters. There's nothing you can do about it. How? Well, maybe if you mix. Gumby's is a little more stable, but still, it does not by that much. Does fondant count? Oh, maybe those are fondant rolls. Did they have fondant back then? Someone's got a big imagination. That's all I know. Like, the outside was entirely believable. Yeah, you could do that in cream, but the functioning doors and this stuff on the inside, I'm like, this could be sugar. I guess that's fine. Maybe add some, like, gold foil over it. Fondant's the only thing I can think of. These are huge, and also, why do you even need these? Hold on. This. Is this, no? So that means Frost could have been brought over using this and then dumped into the chest in Tangaroa's room because it was open. Ooh. What is it though? And why does she need this? I have so many questions. I know, right? It's like we're inside a magical medieval story or something. I didn't know you were so into such fantastical things. Sorry, Mr. Edgeworth. Didn't mean to get so carried away there. Oh, no need to apologize. I admire your enthusiasm. Sometimes wish my own son was as animated as you. Oh, Miles. You have a son, Mr. E? I do. He's still in elementary school, and yet he'd rather read a statute book than a fairy tale. I can't help but worry that his interests will make it hard for him to make friends. Don't say that. He sounds super interesting. He'll make a ton of friends, me included, I'm sure. I like to think you'd be more of a big brother to him than a friend, Eddie. A big brother, huh? He ate the paper again. Guess I have some serious growing up to do. Better take this more seriously. Indeed. And with that in mind, shall we continue our investigation? Scour the scene! The hell is this? The doors of the castle have been left wide open. Yeah, was the guy born in a barn? He could have at least closed them behind him. I'd like to see you say that to Mr. Von Karma's face, Eddie. Wait, there's a bunch of stuff inside. Let's see. Hold it, kid. If anybody's gonna be handling evidence, it'll be me. Cream's going all runny. Runny cream. The whipped cream is melting and will lose its shape at the slightest touch. How the fuck did Von Karma open it? Is he just ice cold? Does his blood run cold so it doesn't melt anything? It's all over the detective's shoes. Why are all these items being stored inside a candy castle? Alright, tell me what you want to look at first. The blue thing! The blue thing! I need to know, what is this? There's a bunch of blue cloth back there. 1, 2, 3, 4 rolls altogether? Well, they certainly aren't made of candy. No idea what this stuff is for. Okay, so it's not candy. It's just cloth. But why? Almost looks like somebody hid it in here. And I think I've seen fabric of the same color somewhere else before. 2 big rock crystals? Looks like somebody was using the castle for storage. Are the rock crystals what was supposed to be inside the chest instead of the body? Because that would make a lot of sense. Kinda expected something a little more exciting behind these doors. Oh, I know! Maybe they're giant uncut gemstones! Maybe this whole thing's based on a story about a castle with priceless treasure hidden inside. I think I'd treat my priceless treasures with a little more care. Huh? There's something on the bottom of them. Looks like a little stand or something? For some reason there are stands mounted on the bottom of the rock crystals we found inside the candy castle. I was right, they are gemstones. The stands must be so they can be put on display. Well, whatever they are, it seems they're not just a large set of paperweights. Oh, they go on the outside! But maybe they had to get put away because they're not edible? Non-confectionery items may not be used as decoration. Stands and display materials will be provided. Oh, they belong out here, but they were banned. Huh, these pillars, they have hexagonal indentations. Looks like something's supposed to go in there. Well, whatever they were. Long gone. Hexagonal indentations, huh? I wonder. Castle's covered in whipped cream, so maybe a giant strawberry? Giant strawberry with a hexagonal bottom? Look, I like strawberries, okay? Can't blame a guy for wishing. He likes sweets. I prefer bananas myself. Not me, I'm allergic. Blueberries for me. What is my favorite fruit? I guess of the common fruits, I do really like cherries and sometimes peaches. But like, fresh black cherries are really good. But I think my actual favorite fruits are like, I really like dragon fruit and guava. Passion fruit sometimes too. It does have to be sweetened because it do be very tart. I was definitely just kind of coasting around without seeing if I was hitting on anything. What are the doors made of? No, I can't look at the doors. I really want to know what those doors are made of. Was she about to get her ass disqualified so she was trying to take out the competition? Because I would believe it. Because she did not use fully edibles. So she, like, could have gone in and sabotaged Tangaroa and then killed Mr. Frost. And then, you know, Gusteau's artwork kind of a little lackluster, so, you know, didn't need to do anything to him. The 4 adorable elves in the sweetest little castle made of sweets. So that's the theme behind Miss Scone's creations, huh? Unlucky for her, things aren't quite as sweet around here as she's trying to make out. These must be the various tools Miss Scone used to build her castle. Buckets filled with cream, trowels, and a brush. Is she a patissier or a plasterer? You kinda need both skills. Don't you go making jokes at my expense, you cheeky young devil! I want to slap stuff on walls like a silly old plasterer. I have to spread the cream out even lovely and smooth, then work out all the rough patches. That's literally exactly what a plasterer does. What's the matter? Something weird about the ladder? It's not a ladder, detective. It's a step ladder. Same difference. No. This is a whole running gag. It's a step ladder. Far from it, actually. You'd know if you observed their basic natures more closely. Amazing mystery. I'll have to remember this for future reference. No, please don't. It needs to stop. It needs to come to an end. There's a small door on the wall here, just like in Mr. Tangaroa's room. Here, I'll open it. Temperature 68 degrees. Light set to green. Didn't Cousteau say cream needs to be kept at 50 degrees? Temperature in here is too high. That's weird. That is odd. I wonder why. It's a cute little elf made out of candy, and it's sitting on a little tree stump. The whipped cream decorations around it are beginning to lose their shape. But the elf seems completely fine. Strange. Because she used non-edible elements. Alright, let's talk. What's the matter, Miss Scone? You seem a whole lot less cheerful than you were a minute ago. Is it Mr. Von Karma? Did something happen between you two? Why, yes! No, nothing at all happened. Huh? But you just said yes. That's a hello! Yes, you silly boy! Aren't you just as sweet as a sugar dumpling? Remind me, what was your name again? Oh, Eddie. Eddie Lumpkin! Oh, you'll go far, dearly, I can tell! Eddie Lumpkin? Seems our English gentlewoman has taken a liking to you, Eddie. English? No. She reminds me of Fail Ol. No. No small accomplishment. She's not exactly what I would picture when I was thinking of gentlewoman, Mr. E. Never mind that now. We should ask her a few questions while we can. We gotta show the badge to people, right? I didn't show it to to Detective Bat earlier, but I really should have. English, huh? English, really? Yes, dear. Nope. I don't know, she just reminds me. She gives off Fail Ol vibes. Pixie vibes. My tea's getting cold. Yes, dear. What's this when it's at home? The badge that proves I'm a qualified attorney. Gosh, well done, you. Shall I show you something lovely in return? See this big pink hat I'm wearing? It proves that I'm a qualified pastry chef, but not necessarily, because, like, anybody can get them, but, like, yeah, like, traditionally, like, the actual chef in the place gets the big hat. Could be an ego thing, I don't know. Is that so? I thought you could buy those in stores. You can. Oh, you can! Anyway, it's not the hat that matters, it's the head underneath. Hold on. Bow wow thylacinus? The fuck? But that looks like a rat. Right? That does look like a rat. So then, can anyone call themselves a pastry chef? Move your bowl. I want to see the rat. Alright, talk to me about during the contest. Could you tell us about what you did over the course of the contest? Of course, dearie. Let's see. It all started about 10 in the morning. That's when we set to work. And, well, I spent most of the time in here in my room getting everything ready, as you would expect. Oh, and then there was a lovely afternoon tea for an hour or so from around 1, I think. Afternoon tea? It's an English tradition. A chance to drink tea, enjoy a snack, and make small talk. So, kind of like recess? I suppose you could say that. It's dignified adult recess. Look, afternoon tea is great. You get little sandwiches and scones and muffins and like little tea cakes. Sometimes macarons or like little petit fours, and they're delicious. I love afternoon tea. Oh, you really know your onions, don't you, Greggy Pegleg? Such a clever boy. When did I become Greggy Pegleg? And where was this afternoon tea served? Out in the garden, of course. There's a lovely little one just outside. They do it at the same hour at every break time during the contest. They had a nice little spread, you know. Today, only me, Samson, Silly Pants, and Moody Judy were there for it. So the other contestants didn't show up. So Samson, Judy... Why is she Moody Judy? That is so suspicious. That is incredibly suspicious. That she's calling her Moody Judy. Anyway, so none of the other contestants were there. So Gusteau didn't show up, and Frost didn't show up. Okay. Zombie Poople... I'm sorry, what? I'd already finished his big creation, so he was there the whole time. But poor old Chillywinks and Goosty Pants. Chillywinks, really? That's not even part of his name. His name is already Frost. And Gusty Pants had to miss out because they hadn't finished yet, bless them. You're saying everybody except Mr. Frost and Mr. Gusteau were present. That's right, dearie. To tell you the truth, I hadn't yet finished either. I wasn't about to miss out on tea and cake served by our own two TV superstars. Went right back to work when I'd finished, though. Tootled off while the others were still nattering away. And at any point during the contest, did you visit any of the other competitors' rooms? What? No, dear, don't be she definitely did. That's strange, because your fingerprints were found in Mr. Tangaroa's room. Geek! Caught red-handed! Wait, so you admit you were there? Oh, I can hardly deny it now, can I? I didn't kill anybody, I swear. I suppose I'd better tell you what really happened. Just promise you'll believe me, won't you, dearie? What really happened? What exactly were you doing in Mr. Tangaroa's room? Well, I was... suppose you'd call it... research? Research? She was, like, fucking tampering with their shit, though. With his shit. Tommy Poople is... what kind of name is that? Come on! Top hand when it comes to the old sweet making. Everybody knows that. So when I noticed there was no one in there, I just popped in for a quick bit of research, like I say. Let's go and visit another contestant's room in the name of research. Means sabotage? Kind of research leaves fingerprints. Yes, that well, it stands to reason I'd leave fingerprints, doesn't it? After all, it's hardly research if you don't have a little nibble now, isn't she? Wanted to eat it. Why are you? It's just fucking chocolate. You don't need to eat it. What? You ate little pieces of them? So, the traces of tampering in Mr. Tangaroa's room. That was all you? I'm ever so sorry, sweeties. I didn't mean to make a mess. I had to take a little bite here and there, didn't I? Of every single piece? I didn't want poor Sammy Poople getting upset, so it was just the teensiest bits and pieces. No, it wasn't. You fucking sabotaged each and every one of his pieces in there. On the stand holding up the wrong person. On the stand holding up the ship. Took a bite out of that too, I suppose. Oh, yes, dear Avi. Of course I did. It was you. You brought the whole thing crashing down. Eek! I'm sorry, my lovely. Truly I am. Hold on, is that why you left the afternoon tea early? We're heading off for a second helping of sweets? Look, just please believe me. I never killed anybody. I promise. Our actions were certainly suspicious. That's about all we can say for now. Alright, let's start piecing some shit together here. The cream's runny because of the high temperature. Whipped cream in this room is collapsing because of the temperature is too high. 68 degrees. My messed up shoes can vouch for that. And yet... when you opened the door to the castle, the handles themselves were just fine. Yeah, they were sturdier than expected. Sturdy? That's not what I would describe most things made of confectionaries. I think we'd better take another look at those handles, don't you? What the? I think it's safe to say those handles aren't made of candy. It's not just the handles. The whole castle, the little elves. They're all just plastic models with whipped cream smeared on top. What? So none of this is confectionery art after all? No, it's simply made to look like candy with the cream having been added to lend it an air of authenticity. Fake confections. Scone's confections are all fakes. What was she up to? Rock crystal stands and the hexagonal indentations go together. The rock crystal stands and the pillars in front of the castle feature the same hexagonal shape. I believe the crystals are meant to be placed on top of the pillars. Oh yeah, hexagon to hexagon. Makes perfect sense. If that's the case, then why were they being hidden inside the castle? The rolls of blue cloth and the rock crystals inside the castle. Imagine both must belong to Miss Scone. Miss Scone? What were you using the items inside the castle for? Oh, those! Sorry, Lambkin, but I'm not allowed to say. Let me guess, Von Karma. Eek! How did you know? Please don't ask me to tell you. He'll have my guts for garters! Seems the prosecution really has no intention of sharing anything with the defense. Man, thought we were on to something with those giant rock crystals, but... What's that, dear? You're interested in my little trinkets? Your trinkets? Yes, my sweet. I use them to make people all lovely and relaxed. Use rock crystals and cloths to do that? I do. It's wonderful. You should see it. They're not just any old rock crystals either. They're big lumps of salt with lights in them. You're a fraud. That's what you are. You're a fraud. Wow, those things are lamps? Oh, that's not even the half of it. Those claws hold an even more exciting secret. She really opened up the moment we started talking about her trinkets. Since you're here, why don't I give you lovely boys a taste of my relaxation magic, Oh, Patty Bumpkin, can you get it all out and set it up for me? The name is bad. Is that a no? Why are you being so selfish, Patty Bumpkin? You, have you finished taking photos of this room yet? Yes, sir, we have, sir. Help Miss Scone here with something, will you? Yes, sir, right away, sir. Oh, you're a sweetie at heart, aren't you, Patty B? That's amazing, Miss Scone. You got him to do exactly what you wanted. That's some talent. Thank you ever so much, Pattykins. And you, Officer Lovely. She's even giving nicknames the forensic guys now. I guess it's her way of showing that she cares. So, what's this? What about this supposed to be? Relaxing, exactly? Oh, don't be such a big sourpuss, Batty Bee. The fun's only just beginning. Officer Lovely, you can switch it on now. Yes, ma'am. Huh. Wow, it's beautiful. It is. I wish my son were here to see it. Isn't it though? Isn't it just wonderful? 4 adorable elves in the sweetest little castle made of sweets. That's my theme, you see. I thought it would be extra lovely if it was all lit up. Isn't it the nicest thing you've ever seen? One of those elves must be feeling a little left out. Yeah, why are you missing a cloth? We know why she's missing a cloth. This is how it was supposed to look for the contest. But I'm glad you lovely boys get to see it at least. There's no way she's a serious contestant. Ain't no way. Wait, shouldn't the lamps be lit up too? What's happened there, I wonder? I think we'd better take a look at the lamps and the elves one more time. Hey look, we found the murder weapon. Must scour the scene. Yep. Shoes are already covered in cream. Wouldn't go any closer, unless you want the same thing to happen to you. Now he sees behind the doors. That's really no need to look again. So, Miss Scone had actually intended to use these lamps in her display. And why were they stashed inside the castle? Maybe because they're broken? Except, there's plenty of other places she could have put them. Best place to hide some salt is in some sugar. Isn't that how it goes? Or perhaps the best place to hide a tree is in the forest. Anyway, if her intention was to put these salt lamps in her final display, that contradicts a certain piece of evidence in my possession. I'll need to point it out by making a deduction. Hey look, blood! The doors look nicely decorated now thanks to the beautiful cloth around it. Cloth which we found inside the castle. Welcoming doorway makes a welcoming home. That's just common sense for us detectives. Says the man who just trampled all over the castle's entryway. But I'll hold my tongue for now. The lamps appear to be broken. Bulbs are smashed, both of them. Maybe they fell and broke on the floor? Look, there's a red stain on one of the left. What do you think a red stain is? That's just a stain, that's... Yep, it's blood all right. I can smell it. Sea salt lamp is stained with somebody's blood. Found the murder weapon! What? But blood? Why is there blood on this lamp? Could it have something to do with why its bulb is broken? You'd better take a closer look at the other one too. This elf doesn't have an illuminated cloth over it like the others. It's not fair to leave the poor guy out, Miss Scone. Well, I didn't want to, did I, dear? But one of my cloths and one of my little machines went missing. Cloth in what sort of machine exactly? Oh, you'll never guess how it works. Those luminous cloths are connected to these little thingamajigs. They're called full spectrum light emitting devices. They send light down the main cable and into each optic fiber strand. That's what makes the cloth glow. With a little bit of fiddling, you can change the light to any color in the whole wide world. Bright red, like ferocious fiery flames. Cold blue, like the clinking crystals of ice. They have these special batteries that last for donkey's years, and they don't mind the cold at all. Good me, so these machines, they... Yeah, it makes a special luminous cloth light up in all these beautiful colors, mystery. I see. So much new technology, I can barely keep up. Now these light-emitting devices, you lost one of them in a piece of luminous cloth? That's right, Ramkin! Heaven only knows where they could have gone to. This cloth, it could have something to do with the case. Special color changing cloth belonging to Scone. She has lost a roll of it, although along with the device that powers it. Well, I don't see the device, but... Right, anyway. It is, because this is inedible.
Eureka!
And does not match the rules. Take a look at the list of rules for the contest, Detective. Non-confectionery items may not be used as decoration. That means the salt lamps and the luminous cloths would have both been against the rules. Scone used decorations that weren't made from confectionaries. That why they were stashed away inside the castle? I think we need to dig a little further into this without Miss Scone, or with Miss Scone before we can say for sure. Look, blunt force trauma and a bloody lamp? What could it mean? We know that the victim was struck and killed with something blunt. And we found blood on one of the lamps, which has a smashed bulb inside. Could the lamp not have been the murder weapon? For sure! It could definitely do enough damage to kill someone. You, science guy, did you finish analyzing the blood from the lamp yet? Yes, sir! Just got done a minute ago, sir. The blood is the victim's, no doubt about it. There you have it. Salt lamp found in Scone's room stained with the victim's blood. So the murder weapon was hidden in Miss Scone's room. Beginning to think we may need to add her to our list of suspects. Scone's confections were all fake. What was she up to? She was definitely breaking rules. So not only did she use decorations that were against the rules, she didn't even make any real sweets. Miss Scone made a mockery of the rules. Yeah, I guess she's not gonna get crowned world's greatest now. Why is it so warm in here? Do you think it's got something to do with all this? Miss Scone's so-called creations are all fake plastic models covered with a thick layer of whipped cream. That's a good question. I think we'd better go and ask Miss Scone herself. I'm gonna grill you. What is up with the temperature of the room? Miss Scone, why is the temperature of your room set to 68 degrees? Cause I hate the cold air, don't I, dearie? And besides, being chilly's no good for a girl. Why are you here? If I want to keep my fresh face complexion, I've got to be careful about these things. We ladies have to stay young, don't you know? How old is she really, though? Oh, sorry. How old is she really, though? That's what I'd like to know. It's not polite to speculate a person's age, Eddie. Hydrate, good idea. How's it going, Warlock? Happy Saturday. Hope your 2025 is going well. Going all right? Glad to hear it. But most of your work is made out of whipped cream. Whipped cream needs to be kept at 50 degrees or it starts to deflate. Is that so, dearie? Well, silly me, eh? I've only gone and made a whoopsie. Wait, she really didn't know any of that? Scone doesn't seem to know basic facts about confectionery. You are a fraud. Are you truly the real Miss Scone? World-class confectioner, my foot. Not only did she break the rules by using fake candy, she's ignorant of basic facts about her supposed craft. Miss Scone grows more mysterious by the minute. Why is your shit all fake? Oh, look at that! Don't you have the loveliest toys, Greggy Peg Leg? But that color, oh no, that one too. Here, let me put a lovely splotch of cream on it. But please stop that. You know about the rules, right? Nope, 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 get away from my rules. Get away from my evidence. Why does the salt lamp have blood on it? No? Okay, oh my god, you crazy loony balloony. This lady's psycho. Okay. She's crazy! She was doing some research, and she has a lack of knowledge. Okay, we're just gonna put the last two things together and see what happens. Miss Scone appears to lack basic knowledge about how confectionery is created. And she says that she snuck into another entrance room for research purposes. Hardly the actions of a world-class confectioner competing for a major prize. Yeah, not how I'd picture a top pro acting. Does she maybe just lack a little confidence, or is she not actually a confectioner at all? Perhaps she had another agenda altogether. After all, we only have her word for it that she went into that room to do some research. Wait, you mean maybe she went in there to commit a murder? Or hide a body? There's no way of saying There's no way of saying so for certain just yet. But she is hiding something, that much I'm certain of. Investigation complete! That's enough investigating for now, don't you think? Yes, we've certainly found plenty of interest. Something's been bothering me for a while now. Mr. Von Karma would have surely found the murder weapon when he searched this room. And yet he didn't arrest Miss Scone. He didn't even seem interested in questioning her. I think our first priority should be to find out what he's really up to. Detective Bad, I have a few things I'd like to ask Mr. Von Karma. Me too. Him and Scone. Heek! How could you, Bad Bumpkin? Stop staring at me like that! Did they just... I think when they flipped her, the apron was words were backwards too. I should have looked at that a little closer. It appears Detective Bad is just as suspicious of Mr. Von Karma and Miss Scone as I am. Miss Scone, would you be so kind as to accompany us? Oh, of course, dearie. Where are we off to? Find Mr. Von Karma. December 24th, 8:05 p.m. Contest venue, Fountain Room. Mr. Von Karma, we'd like to speak with you if that's all right. Judging by your faces, I'm guessing you found the murder weapon. We did? It was in Miss Scone's room. Which means that Mr. Tangaroa should no longer be the only person of interest. Ha! Nonsense. It doesn't matter where the weapon was found. Tangaroa is guilty. And as long as this is my case, guilty he shall remain. How can he be so sure of Mr. Tangaroa's guilt? You have an explanation, I assume, for why the murder weapon was in Miss Scone's room? Huh, of course I do, and I'll be delighted to share it with you. Oh, good. We're gonna grill him. This'll be good. The murder weapon. Tangaroa killed Frost with one of Scone's salt lamps in order to frame her for the murder. To complete the deception, he took it back to her room once the deed was done. After all, if it had been found near the victim's body, Tangaroa would have seemed doubly suspicious. A body may be hard to move, but a murder weapon? Considerably less so. And that is why there is no piece of evidence on the scene that pointed to a particular suspect. So it's your assertion that Mr. Tangaroa took the salt lamp back to Miss Scone's room? It is indeed. But it is more than an assertion. It is a fact based on my own investigation. You mean you have proof that he did so? Don't need any such thing. Because he fabricates it, we already know this. You have a rebuttal, I'll be happy to hear it. But I highly doubt you'll be able to fault my logic. A murder weapon! Alright, we're gonna press everything. He killed her with a salt lamp. So he took one of the salt lamps from Miss Scone's room back to his own? Indeed. He prepared it beforehand, knowing that it would be the perfect weapon with which to kill Frost. But we found the lamp in Miss Scone's rooms. Surely this cast Miss Scone herself in a suspicious light? Perhaps if you would let me finish. Now, as I was saying... Alright, and he took it back to her room. Uh-huh. You're talking about the lamp made of rock salt that was inside the candy castle, correct? Precisely. I was the one who found it. So be grateful. It's all thanks to me that you even have such a vital piece of evidence. What made you go inside the castle in the first place, if you don't mind me asking? Good point. Maybe you just wanted to see what it was like in there? Fools! You think I went in there on a whim? I went in there because the detectives are an incompetent lot, so I investigated it myself. He's mad. I had nothing to do with the initial investigation. That's right. That's right. Detective Bad wasn't a part of this investigation until very recently. If you want my trust, Detective, you'll have to earn it. And a good first step would be to stop wasting my time. Now if you'll allow me to continue. Yeah, and he would have been super suspicious if it was next to the body. But he came under suspicion anyway due to the body just being in his room. So why? Would you like to hear a favorite expression of mine? Even a dog can hold still and stay. Huh? Now let me finish. If only I could say the same to you. Alright. You can easily move a murder weapon, sure. So you think he hid the body in the chest but removed the murder weapon from the crime scene? Yes, he foolishly believed his own creation to be the perfect hiding place. I'm sorry, I had to help myself. I think you mean you couldn't help yourself, no? She doesn't seem very sorry to me. In any case, the weapon was taken away while the body remained at the scene of the crime. And that's why no evidence pointed to anybody in particular? Okay. But if there's no proof, how can you say for certain that Mr. Tangaro is the culprit? Is that the best you can do at pressing me? Listen here. The presence of the body in Tangaroa's room is in itself proof enough of his guilt. But anybody could have put it in there because the door was unlocked. Clearly, Scone had already snuck in there to, like, take nibbles of everything so anybody else could have gone in there. Like, literally anybody.
Objection.
And you didn't find evidence pointing it to any other possible suspects? Perhaps you should take another look. You might... You really don't give up, do you? There's no need to take another look. Tangaroa is guilty. End of story. You insist on asserting otherwise, then show me some proof to back up your ridiculous claims. I have to think back over the scene of the crime. Mr. Tangaroa really isn't guilty. There must be something that points to somebody else. Pressing Mr. Von Karma on any of his statements won't have much of an effect, I fear. My only hope is to find a piece of evidence that contradicts his claims. Yeah, but pressing him is fun. Alright. He took it back to her room. Would have been suspicious if it was by the body. But there was evidence that pointed to a particular suspect. There's a couple things actually, but one of them we don't know who it is. The true identity. No, I didn't mean to hit that. I wanted to hit... Shoot, I hit the wrong button. I meant to hit present. So... we'll just... click through this real fast. No! It is so hard to scroll quickly. Okay. We want E. We want E. Okay. So, this is one of the things that's in there, and then this is another one. This is the seal of... Paul Halik. So we don't know why he had it. So this is probably less likely the thing that we need. I'm gonna assume it's this because this is clearly on the body, and it's one of Scone's cloths. So it is technically a piece of evidence that points to a particular suspect because it also points to Scone, right? Okay, we'll try this. Objection! It's true that the murder weapon and the bloodstained chocolate were removed from the scene of the crime. But something else remained that does point to one person in particular. Take another look at the photograph on the body, if you will. The cloth covering the victim's lower half, is that not one of the same luminous cloths we found in Miss Scone's room? What's that, dearie? One of my lovely colorful cloths at the scene of the crime, you say? Luminous cloth. Nonsense, I see no light to speak of. I guess he doesn't know how it works. It may look like ordinary fabric at first glance, but attach one of these light-emitting devices, and the difference soon becomes apparent. Look at his face! I don't think he was expecting that. But the fact that the cloth can be lit up is neither here nor there. We have to show why it's important. One of the rolls of cloth from Miss Scone's room went missing. And if you look closely at the blue cloth in the picture, would you say it's clearly made of the same material, Mr. Von Karma? Huh. The salt lamp and the luminous cloth both belong to Miss Scone. And seeing as the body was wrapped in said cloth, surely even you have to admit that's suspicious. Mr. Von Karma, I think it's time to accept that a number of factors point to Miss Scone as a person of interest. Eek! Brad, peg leg, how could you? You're accusing me of all people? Yes, I am. Oh, sorry. I'm not accusing you of anything just yet. But I do think you're hiding something. That's not... Just to clarify, your assertion is that both the murder weapon and the cloth were in Miss Scone's room prior to the murder? Exactly. Something funny? Only that you've walked so carelessly into my trap. What is this, Yu-Gi-Oh? Neither the cloth nor the murder weapon were in fact in her room. So sorry to have to break it to you. What does he mean? Tangaroa spotted them before the contest began and noted the lamps and cloths were contravened the rules. He subsequently confiscated them and took them to his own room for safekeeping. What? Then, after the contest began, nobody saw hide nor hair of Frost as he had secluded himself in his room. And the only person capable of entering his locked room was Tangaroa, possessing as he did the only key. And as you now know, he was also in possession of the lamp used to commit the murder. So you see, I have had everything I need to get Tangaroa convicted all along. Well, how does it feel? To have lost to me before even setting foot in the courtroom. This can't be happening. Wait! All our hard work was for nothing? Miss Scone! Why'd you tell us your stuff was confiscated by Mr. Tangaroa? Little dear... Mannequin said that if I spilled the beans, I'd end up being the one under suspicion. Mr. Von Karma said that? He wasn't wrong now, was he? You two accused me yourselves just a second ago, but if you had told us that they were confiscated, then you would not have been under suspicion, so actually the opposite was true. We only thought you were suspicious because we didn't know that they were confiscated. Pathetic. Curse you, Von Karma. You led us to the murder weapon knowing we'd make certain assumptions as a result. One more thing, my pathetic friend. There are 2 and only 2 sets of fingerprints on the murder weapon. 2? Yes, those of Delisha Stone and Samson Tangaroa. Okay, but you realize that we are in a contest venue for confectioners. And everybody wears gloves because it's food and shit is sticky. There were plentiful gloves around everywhere that would stop people from making fingerprints. No others were found. Tangaroa used the lamp he had confiscated to murder Frost, and was foolish enough to hide it in Scone's room without first removing his fingerprints. No, but like, his fingerprints being on there actually makes sense. At this rate, no one will even need to testify. My perfect evidence will do all the talking for me, as I secure his guilty verdict.
Objection!
But wait! What about the luminous cloth that was left behind in Mr. Tangaroa's room? Huh, what about it? He probably meant to return it after disposing of the body. I don't have enough to disprove any of what he's saying. No more pitiful objections. And get out of my sight and close the door behind you. Mr. E! Not about to just give up. Huh, I see you mean to waste more of my time. Bad? Escort them off the premises, now! This investigation is not over yet. Detective Bad! What is the meaning of this? Sorry, but I'm not in the habit of leaving cases half solved. There's still one last thing from the crime scene we haven't identified. He's right. We still have the evidence of somebody's activities to account for. Huh. We can discuss your lingering doubts at our leisure, Detective. Whatever they might be, they're not business of the defenses. I beg you differ. There's a piece of evidence I'm still not satisfied about either. And I suspect it might be the same thing that's bothering Detective Bad. What? This is the yet identified something that was left in Mr. Tangaroa's room. The seal.
Take that.
We still haven't properly identified this piece of evidence. That's not what he was thinking of. Oh. No such thing as an unidentified piece of evidence to Von Karma. Shut up. Picked the wrong thing. Alright, hold on. It's the hand- is it the fucking handprint? Alright. There are finger marks on one of Mr. Tangaroa's creations. Supposing they belong to the murderer, it could certainly explain how their prints didn't end up on the murder weapon. How do you know so much about the crime scene? Because I was in there looking around as one doing my job? Because I let them look around. You let the defense examine the scene, Bad? Are you out of your mind? I mean, fair is fair. Don't I have a right to do so? I don't remember you telling me not to. Insolent worm! You would do well to remember this then, Detective. That the results of your next salary review is up to me. Oof. Detective Bad's in trouble now, too! I'm sure glad you're my boss, Mr. Edgeworth. As long as you remember that the results of your salary review is up to your performance on this case. A mere attorney uncovering such a fact based on a cursory investigation. I'm almost impressed. But it's entirely possible that those finger marks belong to Tangaroa. After all, he wore gloves while preparing his creations. Yeah, but he would never damage his creations like that. He's not a fucking dumbass. But can you prove conclusively that these finger marks are his? Furthermore, there is still something about Miss Scone that doesn't add up. Is there? Or are you simply not prepared to admit defeat? Oh, stop it, Gregory! Stop it! Stop it! Why are you being so mean to your poor old pal, Delisha? I owned up to nibbling poor Sammy Poople sweeties. What more do you want? I don't want to have to make you a suspect, that much is certain. But you lied to us. And you're still not telling us everything. Why are you really here? Greggy! Stop it! Stop bullying me! I'm sorry, but you don't even know the temperature whipped cream should be kept at. What kind of professional confectioner doesn't know something as fundamental as that? I'm sorry, alright? I'm sorry! I'm just a silly little muddle-headed girl! What more do you want me to say? That who the fuck are you and why are you here? That's what I want you to say. I don't think you're muddle-headed at all. I think that you were never a confectioner in the first place. Enough! I'll thank you to keep your baseless accusations to yourself. They're not baseless. Everything in her room points to the fact that she's not a real confectioner. Evidence is everything in a courtroom, in case you've forgotten. If you're going to accuse a witness of perjury, then I demand you present something to back it up. This isn't a courtroom, though, is it? Nevertheless. What proof do I have that she doesn't know the first thing about making desserts? Literally everything. All of the creations were fake plastic models covered in a thick layer of whipped cream.
Take that.
Every single one of Miss Scone's creations break the rules of the contest. The offending items, the cloths and the lamps, were duly confiscated as we have established. And the witness did not go and bring them back to her room herself. But those weren't the only rule-breaking items in her room. What? The entire fantastical world Miss Scone created, every last bit of it, it's all just a collection of plastic models slathered in whipped cream. That cream is the only authentic confectionery in the room. No real-world title contender would ever stoop so low. Is this true, Bad? Yup, saw it with my own eyes. Stepped on it with my own shoes. Did we finally convince him? With her lies exposed like this, surely he can't continue to deny the facts. Miss Scone, your actions place you firmly on our list of suspects. But no, dear, I am no killer! Then why don't you finally start telling us the truth? Who the fuck are you? And why were you tampering with your rival's work? Alright. The truth is, I'm not the adorable little cook you see before you. I'm actually a pharmacist, if you can believe it. A pharmacist? Can't blame him for being so surprised. This couldn't be further from what we'd imagine. So what's somebody in your line of work doing entering a contest like this one? Well, I just love eating sweeties. Just love eating sweeties, if you must know. And some people's sweets are the best, or so they say. I just had to enter. I didn't end up mean them making it all the way to the final. Even Mr. Von Karma is lost for words. That's it? That's the only reason why you're here? Yes, dearie, and it was worth it. Some sincerely pants of sweeties are the tastiest treats I ever did eat. And the fingerprint marks? Were you the one wearing the gloves? Heep? No, that wasn't me, dearie. I don't even wear gloves. Because she left fingerprints on everything else, so obviously it wasn't her. Remember, Miss Scone's fingerprints were found elsewhere on Mr. Tangaroa's other creations. I'd say that points to her not having worn any gloves. Exactly, Lambkin. Craggy Pegleg's got the right end of the stick. I'm an innocent woman. Is your head filled with cream too? Eek! Sorry, mannequins. Her head may not be filled with cream, but she's certainly no master of subterfuge. Miss Scone, were Mr. Tangaroa's works the only one you sampled? No, dear, I couldn't help myself. When I'd finished my afternoon tea, I tiptoed over to Chillywinks' room for a little taste too. So his room wasn't locked either. You were in the victim's room too? Yes, dear, nobody was in there, you see. Quite possibly because the occupant was already dead. But I could only stomach one little bite. I never tasted anything so salty in all my life. So I had myself one of the tasty star-shaped bits off the side to cleanse my palate. You have quite the sweet tooth, don't you, Miss Scone? Indeed, what didn't she sample? What didn't she sample, I guess, is the way to say it. Hey, Neoneko, welcome back. Thanks for the lurk. That's everything, I promise. Cracky Pegler's mannequins, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to make a mess of things. As long as what you've told us is the truth, that's all that matters in the end. Do not think for a second this means I myself believe you. I'm going to investigate the victim's room now. We'll see how truthful you've really been after I'm through. Mr. Von Karma, please let us accompany you. I think it's only fair that we be allowed to investigate the veracity of our conclusions. accompany me if you like, but don't think for a second you'll be permitted to conduct your own investigation. We'd like to accompany you all the same. I want to see what you see. December 24th, 9 p.m. Contestant venue. Frost room. I really want to know if Frost is also Paul Halik. Because he has the seal. What is the meaning of this? When we got to Frost's room, we saw nada. It was all gone. The whole enchilada. Everything melted because it's ice. Somebody turned up the temperature. Is this the work of the culprit? A dead body hidden in a chocolate chest. A murder weapon moved mysteriously to another room. This case was a real peach. Oh, it's Fender talking. I didn't realize. A case was a real peach. And it was gonna take some serious sleuthing to get to the bottom of it all. Oh, we got to be continued already? I was actually expecting that to be longer. It's a little early. I kind of want to keep going. We'll go until I run out of tea, probably. We'll go a little bit longer. April 2nd, 10:15 a.m., Zodiac Hall. Fountain room. Oh, went deep on that one. Sorry, Malzarino. Didn't mean to bend your ear for so long. I had no idea that's how it all came about. I read the files, but they don't go into anywhere near that level of detail. I bet they paint things in a much rosier light for the prosecution, too. Von Karma was the one in charge, after all. What happened with the case after that? Well, what with the eye sculptors vanishing from the victim's room, things hit a bit of a rough patch. So rough, in fact, that it took a full year before they could even reach a verdict in the trial. A year. This was back before they brought in the whole initial trial thing. You didn't have to finish up in double quick time like you do nowadays. I see. Did they ever find out how the victim's creations managed to just disappear? You worked in ice, all you had to do was turn up the temperature in the room and it would all melt. I thought that was pretty obvious. Well, they were sorbets or frozen desserts or whatever you want to call them. Ice, in other words. And if it's made of ice, it can melt. Which is exactly what they concluded must have happened. I mean, that would be my conclusion as well. But you would have to investigate to really know for sure if there's something else going on. But there's a chance that wasn't how things actually went down. What do you mean? So this place is a gallery these days, but back then it was Samson Tangaroa's place, yeah? Indeed. The site of the IS-7 incident. Well, where it is Frost's ice sculptors are suddenly back on display, 18 years after that fateful day. The very sculptures the victim made. Who knows? Could be they're just modeled on the originals. But I figured it was worth coming down for a little look-see just in case. Seemed like the least I could do for poor old Gregory. Alright, I'm hooked, I'm interested, let's go. Well, alrighty then. Let's go and take a look at these icy marvels, shall we, kiddo? I believe they're on display in the Winter Wing, as it's very snazzily known. So, Winter Wing, Winter Wing. Huh? I don't believe it. It's locked. Gallery's open for biz, but the Winter Wonder Wing's off limits. What gives? Fender. Perhaps you should look more closely at the pamphlet we were given. The Winter Wing is over there. Is that not... It is. Freaky. Could have sworn it was this one. That's not right, though, because that should be... That was Scone's room. That's the wrong room. And also, the winter tree is here. This is autumn. Anywho, shall we? Time to dive on in and see what we should have seen 18 years ago. I know them! Are they from the main game? Cute. Wait, who the fuck's this kid? The devil horns. April 2nd, Zodiac Hall, Winter Wing. Why is there a salt crystal here? Did he have one too? Were those? Hold on. Maybe those are the provided decorations. I don't know. Something about this is weird. I see they're still keeping it chilly as all heck in these rooms. I'm about to turn into a popsicle stick. Maybe you should bring a jacket knowing that you're going into a room filled with ice sculptors. It is the winter wing, you know. But you're right, it's like a freezer in here. Could be a trick of the light, but it feels like the whole room is made of ice. Temperature controls will be somewhere at the back there, if memory serves. Hey, Master, can you go peep at the degree count? I'm thinking a complaint to the management is in order. There is such a thing as too cold, yeah? Not when you're in a room full of ice sculptures and needs to be kept at a certain temperature, and you should not be a dumbass and bring a jacket. If you know you're walking into a freezer, you wear a jacket. Alright, if you insist. Take your time, mosey around and take in the sights while you're at it. I've got a camera I need to prep for action. Feel like your pop might appreciate a picture of all this. I'll put it on his grave so he can have a gander. Of course. So, how about this? I scream out, oh no! This must be the work of that villain Damask! Oh, it's Master Mask and his lady friend! Oh, they're so cute. I remember them. Yeah! And I go, that's me! The legendary Master Mask! Yeah, and then, no. Say that, and then you'll be in cuffs before you can blink, Ronnie! You've got to take this more seriously, otherwise how are we gonna get this to market to sell? What exactly are these two plotting? Don't worry about it. They're adorable. Castor and Pollux. Why is this one missing? It's empty. There's an enormous block of ice on display here. Some explanatory text engraved on it. Castor and Pollux. Every year in December, countless shooting stars can be seen emanating from this constellation. So then Damask needs to... Yeah, and then I wish these two would stop talking so loudly. It's difficult to concentrate. Never mind, I'll just go take a look at some other exhibit. Is there really something on display here? Because it looks fucking empty as all hell to me, but alright. There are two large ice statues on display here. Guess these are made of frost work from 18 years back. Real eye-catching stuff. Ice sculpture's a heck of an art form, huh? It is. These are the works my father never got to see. Think I got to see them instead. So many years later. Sorry to butt in while you're deep in a thinkhole, Master. But would you mind looking this way for a sec? This way? He's taking a picture for Dad. Oh, that's sweet. Beautiful. Yeah, just like that. Fender. Really? Say cheese! Please don't do that again. I don't like having my picture taken. My bad, big guy, my bad. Had to check if this old thing was still working, is all. Now that you mention it, your camera does look rather ancient. Yep, a vintage model. You ever heard of an instant camera? I have one! I have an instant camera. It's not the vintage style, it's a modern one that they made because people miss instant cameras. They're really cool, and it's nowhere near as good as the original vintage ones. I do have the vintage ones somewhere, but the film is impossible to get now. because, like, they lost that original recipe, sadly. My friend is telling me all about it. Anyway, I got this for Freezy. I won it, apparently. I thought it was pretty cool. Develops the picture right after you take the shot. Still a twist my noggin trying to think how it works. I know what an instant camera is, although I've never used one. I have like 2 vintage style ones somewhere at my parents' house. We might have film for them too, like maybe just 1 or 2 boxes at most. But yeah, they're really cool. The photos come out really dark on the new ones though, and I wonder if that's because of the different film recipe. I don't know. Should have known Mr. Know-It-All would know it all. You really are your father's son. Alright, step aside. I need to get some good shots of the room here. Father's joking. He looks very serious about the picture he's taking. You can't actually take photos this fast with an Insta camera. So you take one and then it goes and it prints it out, and then you have to, like, you know, cover that somehow. And then you can take another one after that, but you gotta pull it out first. So it's not like click, click. It takes a second. Must have his own theories about the IS-7 incident. Whew, I should have been a paparazzo. These are gold. And they develop right away. Wanna see? Well, since you've already shoved one in my face. Alright, Brainiac, question. What do these 2 sculptures represent? They appear to represent Taurus and Gemini, 2 constellations best observed during wintertime. Bingo! He shoots, he scores. Whew, you're a regular encyclopedia, Milester. Guess that's why this is the Winter Wing, right? Because they have the Winter Star stuff on display here. Anyway, seeing as I'm the nicest old rogue on the block, that one's yours for keepsies. Thanks. Okay. So the victim made these zodiac statues out of flavored ice for the contest 18 years ago? Sure did. Lovingly crafted life-size desserts. I only ever saw the old ones in the photos, though. But these are the spit of the originals. This is what you wanted to show me? Yep, I think Gregory would have wanted you to see him, too. And I may not have had it in me to come here on my own. Sorry to drag you along. Not at all. I'd be happy to see where my father's final case unfolded. Good to hear you say so, Palio. Let's say we grab another quick snap to commemorate this heartwarming occasion. Absolutely not. Alright. Do you have a thought? So, Scone said that she came in here and took a little nibble sample, and it was salty, which is unusual because if you put too much salt in something, that actually keeps it from freezing. So you wouldn't want to put that in an ice sculpture. So it could be that someone swapped the salt and the ice, or could have something to do with the salt rocks. Or sorry, salt and the sugar. Someone could have swapped salt and sugar. And she said that she went and tried one of the stars instead, which there are star displays on the sides here. I want to talk to this kid. But I don't know, because, like, that was in the other parts. We're not going to be able to check the history, I think. Yeah, it doesn't go that far back. All right, it's fine. We'll find out. We'll figure it out. A boy wearing a backpack. What's he doing at an art gallery on his own? She wanted to run a gallery so bad. She just... The industry? I don't get it. I just don't get it. Does this boy know the owner of the gallery, perhaps? Do I know this kid? I feel like I should know that kid. A huge block of ice on display here. Must be incredibly heavy, though maybe not, but with it being hollow on the inside. There's a constellation engraved into the surface. Ah, that's what it is. Okay. along with some explanatory text. The Pleiades, known to some as Subaru, they form part of the larger constellation of Taurus. Why cram so many stars into one tiny part of a single constellation? I guess people in ancient times weren't hugely careful about such things. Interesting. A group of 7 stars just off to the side of Taurus, known to some as Subaru. Castor and Pollux, every year in December, countless shooting stars can be seen emanating from this constellation. Castor and Pollux were 2 brothers who loved one another so much that they became stars when they died. So, I thought these were glass around... I thought these were glass around the sculptures, but are they ice and the stars are just carved into them? It's interesting. It's got the same devices for the illumination. And the salt crystals are here. Did Scone recreate? And possibly not even using ice. Did Scone recreate Frost's work? It's a statue of a rather ferocious-looking bull. Not a gaze one would want to be fixed with. But then I was always taught to return a stare with a stare. Although in this case, discretion might be the better part of valor. This lamp appears to be made of rock salt. It's illuminating the diagram of the zodiac just above it. Yes, both Gemini and Taurus are not only zodiac signs, but constellations that are visible during winter. Winter constellations on display in the winter wing. Uniquely, these statues are made of flavored ice. According to the pamphlet we received, the ones in the other rooms are made of crystal glass. Ice might be rather fitting for the summer wing, too. But isn't like a nice snow cone on a sunny day. Huh. But then it would probably be too similar to this room, I suppose. Is Scone the new owner of this house? Huh. Bender, I can't seem to find the temperature controls you mentioned. Oh yeah, it's a little tricky if you don't know where it's at. Here, I'll have it open for you in a jiffy. Huh? Dang thing's locked. Makes sense, I guess. Wouldn't want the visitors cranking up the thermostat and melting the art. According to the pamphlet, the winter wing is kept at a constant 27 degrees. Ooh-wee, that's colder than a snowman's cold bits. I'm gonna freeze to death in here. Guess there's only one thing for it. Somebody's getting a snuggle. I'd like to see you try snuggling Edgeworth. I would. Hey, what's with the icy stare? You want me to freeze to death? No. Alrighty, I got the shots I wanted. Shall we scoot on over to another wing and see what's cooking? Might as well do the full tour while we're here. Suppose so. Ah! What was that? Came from the fountain room. Come on, let's go see what's up. Larry, come on! April 2nd, Zodiac Hall, Fountain Room. Is that Gusteau? There's someone on the ground, and is that? Larry, what the fuck? Larry, what are you doing here? Actually, never mind that. What on earth is going on? Gee! You should have seen it! It was awful! Just calm down and tell me why there's an unconscious man on the floor. I didn't do anything! He just fell down in front of me! Wait, I know this guy. Judy's still here. And she's with Scone. They were probably working together. They must be in cahoots. Judy is super suspect. So she gets the whole mansion now that, Tangaroa got convicted. We get him out. Is everything alright? Don't you know it's rude to make a racket in an art gallery, you naughty boys? Wait, the smell. He's still breathing, but I know these symptoms. It's not safe, Miles. We need to get everybody out of here. Everyone with me. There wasn't a moment to lose. There's poison gas coming out of that room. April 2nd, 10:42 a.m. Zodiac Hall. Fountain room. How's the victim doing, Fender? Not good. He inhaled a lot of gas. He's still out, and it sounds like it's pretty serious. But the paramedics said there were no signs of external injury, and that he was conscious before it happened. Anyway, he's alive. Just barely. It's lucky we found him when we did. But like I said, he's not out of the woods yet. They put him in the medical room with a specialist. I see. Couldn't help but notice that he seemed like you knew him, Fender. Sure do. That was Carmelo Gusteau. He was here back when the whole IS-7 thing went down. Confectioner. So he was here 18 years ago, too. Anyhoozles, this guy here seems like he's in rude health. Old pal of yours, Malzarino? Yes, something like that. I'm glad you're okay, Larry. Something like that? Are you serious, Edgy? You've known me since elementary school! Crush a guy's feelings, why don't ya? Anyway, you know you're supposed to call me Loris Dunim when I'm dressed like this. It's no more Larry, okay? Got that? This is Larry Butts. He's a bit of a troublemaker, but he's one of my only friends from back when we were little kids. Ever since he developed a passion for art, he's been trying to make it big as Loris Donim. But new name or not, he's still the same old Larry. Ooh, grade school buddies? I need to go tell Gregory about this. He'll be over the moon to hear you have a pal. He was always worried you'd never click with anybody. It was very fair. That was a very fair concern of his. Hear that, Edgy? You're lucky to have a friend like me. Never knew I was the cause of such worries for my father. Never mind that now, Larry. What are you doing here? Larice, Edgy! How many times do I have to tell you it's Larice? What are you doing here? Eek! What's with the demon eyes? Alright, I'll talk. Just stop looking at me like that. Good, now talk. You wanna know why I'm here? How the heck do you think? For my art, of course. Oh, and I'm coming on a date here with Lulu soon. Who the fuck is Lulu? Lulu soon, so I thought I'd better scope the place out. So, not actually here for your art at all. Clarice, my man, an artist and a romantic. You'll have to introduce me to this lady friend of yours. Sure. It's nice to have somebody taking interest for once. Spare me. By the way, Lauricio. Did you notice anything when you found the victim? Nothing in particular. Bullshit, Larry always fucking sees something whether he intends to or not, and then he conveniently forgets or tries to hide it, and it's just like, bro, what the fuck? Didn't you say you'd seen something awful? Oh, that! The old guy, he just appeared and then, splat! He was on the floor! Scared the life out of me! But for once, I had nothing to do with any of it! Don't look so proud. That's the least we should be able to hope for. Honored guests, I can only apologize for the trouble you've experienced. I'm Judy Bound, the gallery manager. Another person from the IS-7 incident. Good to see you, Judes. Oh, Mr. Fender, it's always a pleasure. She was at the reception desk when we arrived, so she's the one in charge here. I can't believe you had to go through something so awful! And on our first day in business! Hey, quit that. It's not your fault. Oh, wait. I guess I'd better introduce you guys. Judy, meet Miles Edgeworth, son of the late, great Gregory. Really? You're Mr. Edgeworth's son? Well... Isn't this fabulous? Is that great man's son here with us? 18 long years have passed, but now look! He's here at last! It's very lovely to meet you, Mr. Fine Attorney number 2! Judy, that was the bomb! I see you're in good voice as ever. Miles Edgeworth, Prosecutor. It's a pleasure to meet you. Oh, you're a prosecutor? I'm so sorry. Forgive me for jumping to conclusions. She's very polite, but there's something strange about her. Hey, Judy, can I, get an autograph? You can write it in here. Well, if you're sure you'd even want such a thing. Why do you want it, Larry? He wants her phone number. I think that's pretty clear. He wants her phone number. Rude! You know she is, right? Come on, Mouster. You don't keep up with showbiz news or nothing? Guess that's no big surprise. What's going on? Why are they looking at me like that? Judy here's a living legend. It's not just TV. Movies, musicals, chart-topping hits, you name it. Oh, don't be silly. I'm just a humble art gallery owner now. I finally quit the biz for good. I finished shooting my last movie just the other day, in fact. Some of my co-stars were even kind enough to say that they would come visit once we opened. Anyway, here you are. Any good luck with your artistic endeavors. Thanks so much, Judy. I'll treasure it till my dying day. Ah, you and me are peas in a pod, Larice. Peas in a gosh dang pod. How lovely for you both. Larry, could you go practice your drawing somewhere or something? You did come all the way to an art gallery after all. Would be a shame to waste the opportunity. A real artist drawing our exhibits? What an honor! Guess even you can have a bright idea once in a while, Edgy. Alright, Judy, seeing as you were so nice about it, I guess I will. Be right back. He's a real live wire, that one. That's one way of putting it. I can only apologize. By the way, there was another woman with you before. Where is she now? You mean Delisha? Delisha Scone? She's in the medical room helping to care for Mr. Gusta. Uh-oh, that's a bad idea. She's super suspicious. Homicyanide could have been a poison. She could have... Oh. What if she snuck into Frost's room to plant homicyanide in his ice so that when he tasted it... Because he was a true confectioner, probably. So he must have checked it. He must have tasted it. And then when he did, he died. No, but he got hit with a blunt object. That could have been both. I don't know if they would have analyzed, if they analyzed his blood, if they found the murder weapon like that. And then they would have had a reason to melt the ice to get rid of the evidence that there had been tampered with. She's so suspicious. Was poison gas? Ugh. They definitely did something. I call it the medical room, but it's nothing quite so grand, of course. I couldn't stay with them as I'm the only one on staff, and I can't leave the gallery unattended for long. Alicia Stuckgone. Where have I heard that name before? Oh, sorry, we've heard that name before, haven't we, Fender? Sure have. Sounds like our IS-7 bingo card is complete. Something tells me this isn't a quinky dink. Perhaps I could offer you gentlemen a cup of tea? Top of the old Judy Bound special blend? Why not, for old time's sake? That would be lovely, thank you. I see she's still got the same tea set from France, supposedly. Now, if you'll both excuse me, I'd better go and explain things to the other visitors. You go and do your thing, Judes. Thanks again. This aroma. Ceylon, I believe. Let's give it a try. This is a fine blend. A top quality Ceylon indeed. Its citrus aroma. Said to improve one's ability to concentrate, right? The old man said those exact words 18 years ago. Really takes me back. There's just one difference. Jude's cooled the sauces back then. Not today, though, it seems. Huh. Anyway, don't you think this is all a little odd? Every single person from an 18-year-old case all assembled in the same place at the same time? Yup, that's weird. Yes, it almost feels as if an investigation is in order. Mr. Edwards, sir! You're all right! Ah, my two comedic reliefs. Hello. Welcome. Welcome on in. Mr. Edgeworth! Mr. Fender! We heard you got caught up in a poison gas attack, so we came as fast as we could. I wasn't actually part of the attack. I'm fine, really. Well, if it isn't the cavalry. Come on, team, bring it in. No way. Besides, you're both doing just fine. Cummy and I got ourselves all worked up over nothing. Detective Gumshoe, what were you thinking bringing Kay with you? Sorry, sir. I knew it was dangerous, what with the poison gas and all, but she wouldn't take no for an answer. I ran and I ran and I ran and I ran and I ran, but I just couldn't shake her off. When it comes to running away, the great thief right here is the world champ. And run away. Don't chase the poor detective. All set, sir. Just say the word and I'll head in there and start investigating. You guys stay here. The gas could still be dangerous. All right, we're counting on you, detective. Good luck in there, Dickie boy. He does have an assortment of doodads, so I guess gas mask was one of them. No way, Gummy almost looked like a real detective. I'm so proud of him. It's kind of mean. But he is a real detective. This is Edgeworth speaking. Mr. Edgeworth, looks like the gas is mostly dissipated, sir. This is the real winter room. Did they move it temporarily for repairs? Why was Gusteau in here? All alone. Very good, detective. Now calm down and tell me what you see. Yes, sir. First up, the exhibits. There's a statue of two people on the left side. That is glass. That's definitely glass up around them. On the right, some kind of two-horned animal. Wait, a statue of two people and a two-horned animal? It sounds familiar. In fact, it sounds identical to the display in the winter wing. Other than that, the place is looking pretty damp. Sprinklers have sprayed the place good. Must be what stopped the gas from spreading. Sprinklers? Are there any signs of a fire? No, sir, and the fire alarm hasn't been triggered either. Sprinklers look like the type that detect heat and smoke. When they detect something, they send an alarm, either fire or smoke, to the security room. Those definitely should be flipped, autumn and winter. The outside decorations make that pretty clear. Guess they read the gas as a smoke and triggered the smoke alarm anyway, that way. And was anyone in the security room when that alarm went off? This place only has one employee, and that's Judy Bound, the manager. And she was at the reception desk across from the security room the whole time since the gallery opened. So she heard the alarm from across the way and turned on the sprinklers? Yep, seems they can only be switched on manually, and only from there. Wouldn't want the art getting soaked for no good reason, I guess. And if it's manual, you could maybe even check how bad the fire was and try to get some stuff out first. So the security setup is geared around protecting the exhibits. That makes sense in an art gallery, I guess. One more thing, it's freezing in here. This isn't the autumn wing. It's the deep midwinter wing. So the autumn wing is cold too. I checked the temperature, it's 26.5 degrees in here, sir. Why is the autumn wing being kept at the same temperature as the winter wing? Because it's the real winter wing. That's about all I've got for now. I'll let you know if I find anything else, sir. Understood. Thank you, Detective Gumshoe. April 2nd, 11:15 a.m. Zodiac Hall. Fountain Room. What did Gummy have to say? He said that the autumn wing is actually quite wintry. Huh? I don't get it. I'm wondering what it could mean myself, but it's a bit hard to tell from out here. We should try to get in there as soon as the police are done with their investigation. Amen to that. We need to see what the deal is for ourselves. Is there anybody else who might know something in the meantime? Oh yeah, there's one guy. Miles' best bud. His... what? We have to. But I guess we have to. Wait, that's... Okay, didn't expect to see you here. You're looking as fresh-faced as ever. Yeah, long time no see, Larry, right? So here's the deal, Kay. I'm Larice right now. You see, I'm also a bit of an artist. Ah, so it's your alias? I like it. Good to see you, Larice. I always knew you were a nice, thoughtful kid. Not like some people. I have some questions for you, Larry. What the? How am I a suspect? Just because I found the guy doesn't mean I did the crime. You're a fucking witness. I'm trying to ask you witness questions. Larry, come on. I never said you did. I just need you to tell us what you saw. You said you saw something awful. How so, exactly? Look, I didn't see anything. I didn't do anything, okay? God damn it, Larry. Why do you always clam up like this? I don't think I did anyway. Whoa, Chief, you don't sound so sure of yourself at the end there. There's something you should know about him, Fender. When something smells, it's usually the butts. I've been saying that about Larry for 26 years now. His ability to attract trouble is legendary, for want of a better word. His ability to cause trouble, too. I suppose I'd better find out what he did this time. Ah, time to mind chest Larry. This'll be good. Our aim is to uncover anything that Larry might be hiding. However, I didn't see anything, I didn't do anything, and you can't prove otherwise! It's almost impossible for him to keep his cool. I'll need to bide my time when he gets agitated and wait for him to calm down. Let's start by asking him to go into detail about what he's doing here. Shouldn't prove to be too much of a challenge, so let's get this over with. Mind chess! Commence. Why are you here, Larry? Why exactly did you come to the gallery today? What kind of question is that? What, you think I don't belong in a gallery or something? Bide my time. Hey, you can ignore me, then I'm gonna paint your portrait. When I'm done, I'll scribble all over it. I'm joking, okay? I'd never scribble on one of my pieces. How could I? They're valuable artworks. According to you, perhaps. I imagine I might struggle to agree. I'll laugh it up, funny guy. Luckily, some people actually believe in my work. She's called Lulu, okay? And she said my pictures are masterpieces. So she likes something, I'll draw it for her. Anything at all. And where is this Lulu? How come you're here alone? What? A guy can't be apart from his girlfriend for 1 second? I have my own life too, you know. Fine, Lulu said she's a Gemini, okay? So I thought I could do a sketch of the statue to show her on her date. And I expect you're pretty proud of the sketch. Not so much this time, actually. But you know, it being her sign and all, I just thought maybe she might kind of like it. So you're here for the Gemini sculpture. How very like you to tell me nothing and give so much away in the process. So to summarize, you came here today to draw a sketch of the Gemini statue for your girlfriend, Lulu. What? How'd you figure all that out? Larry, you literally told me. Your incessant prattling. Just can't help yourself, can you? Fine, then I won't say another word. Larry may want to keep his mouth shut now, but I'll have my answers one way or another. Let's ask him what he did after he arrived here at the gallery. We'll soon see what he's hiding. It's just a matter of time. What'd you do once you got here? Alright, tell me what you did once you arrived here. What's the big idea? Why are you staring at me like that? I don't remember. I didn't have a pamphlet, so I didn't know what was where. I just kinda hung around by the fountain. What gives, Edgy? If you don't have anything to ask, let me get back to my sketching. Wait, guess I ignored him and is bothering for too long. Study opponent's reactions. I thought he was mad. What do you do? You didn't get the pamphlet? You didn't receive a pamphlet when you paid your entrance fee at the reception desk? Huh? You mean, entry isn't... It's not free to get in here? You didn't pay upon entry? You mean to tell me that you entered without paying? I'm sorry, okay? It wasn't deliberate. And it was just... wasn't anybody at the reception desk is all. Where was she? I just thought that entry must be free. Miss Bound wasn't at the desk? Was saying Miss Bound wasn't at the reception desk at the time? Yeah, but it looked like there was maybe somebody in the little room opposite. Interesting. According to Detective Gumshoe, Miss Bound had to enter the security room to activate the sprinkler system. Expect she wasn't at the reception desk because she was busy responding to the incident. And right after she finally got the place open for business, too. Poor Judy. Winter Wing, the gallery's greatest attraction, and is gonna be ruined now. But it was the Autumn Wing. I know a lot about the Winter Wing. Say you don't have a pamphlet, and yet you seem to know all about the Winter Wing. For example, that the Gemini statue you came here to draw just so happens to be in said room. Therefore, it was your intention to visit the Winter Wing all along, wasn't it? How? How did you get me again? Fine, you're right. I came here for the Gemini statue. And yeah, I came here to visit the Winter Wing. I won't deny it. Larry's not one to confess so easily. And again, he's always managed to surprise me in unusual ways. Let's see what more he can tell us about the Winter Wing. I expect even Larry has found his feet a little by now. I'll have to watch his reactions more carefully and see what information I can glean from him. What did you see in the Winter Wing? What did you see in the Winter Wing, Larry? You don't let up, do you? I told you I didn't see anything. Galleries are nice and all, but I kinda changed my mind once I got here. Thought I'd go and meet my girlfriend instead. I'll need a clue of some kind. Try another approach. Did you go in? Larry, be honest, did you enter the Winter Wing? Oh, what is that? Is that suspicion I see in your eyes? I tried to get in there, sure, but... I mean, you didn't go in? Tried to get in, but you couldn't? Yeah, exactly. I wanted to get in there, but that old guy came out and fell to the ground, and like I said, it was all pretty shocking. Victim prevented you from entering? So you're unable to enter the Winter Wing because the victim emerged and collapsed in front of you? Yeah, he came out of the Winter Wing door, and then down he went. But wasn't it the autumn wing that the victim came out of? That stupid poison gassing had never happened. I'd be in there happily sketching away right now. Larry seems to have the autumn and winter wings mixed up. Regardless, it seems his aim was really to make a sketch of one of the statues. Huh, this could be a useful clue. What'd you see? You don't let up, galleries are nice, all kind of changed his mind once he got here. So what became of your sketch? You just say you came here to make a sketch of one of the statues for your girlfriend? Gave up on that a little easily, didn't you? Surely you saw something, even if you were distracted by the victim's collapse. I did not see something. That doesn't prove that I did see something totally terrifying either, does it? Something totally terrifying, did you? Really, Larry? You could at least try to make this a little harder for me. I put it to you, Larry Butts, that you did in fact see something totally terrifying. Ah! How did you do it, Edgy? Are you some kind of mind reader? We just have to deal with you a lot, Larry. I'm just always dealing with you. Fine, I guess there's no point trying to keep it a secret any longer. What did you see, Larry? Not sure there's much point in you trying to keep any secrets given your track record. Ooh. Fair. Wasn't exactly the most edifying use of my time, but that's checkmate. I couldn't help staring at the Gemini statue. My eyes were drawn to it.
Objection!
Keep talking about a Gemini statue. But there's no way you saw what you think you saw. It's simply not possible. What do you mean? You think I saw a ghost statue or something? Larry's still laboring under the misconception that he was looking at the winter wing. Piece of evidence shows us what Larry was really looking at. The map, right?
Take that!
Take a look at this pamphlet. Autumn should have been Capricorn, Aquarius, Pisces, and Aries. The autumn wing features sculptures depicting Capricorn, Aquarius, Pisces, and Aries. I'm in the spring? Interesting. Not only that, but I've seen the statue depicting Gemini in the winter wing for myself. Autumn's supposed to be 64 degrees, but it's 26.5. Which means that whatever you saw, it can't have been a statue of Gemini. Guess that makes sense. Why is he not more surprised by that? It did seem pretty weird now that I think about it. One of the two people did look like a goddess. Hmm. 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Case overview. Prosecutor Manfred von Karma, defense attorney Gregory Edgeworth. Body of the victim, Artie Frost, was found hidden in the chocolate chest made by the suspect Samson Tangaroa. Victim died from blood loss after being struck on the head with a rock salt lamp. Suspect was found guilty of the crime as its main perpetrator and subsequently imprisoned. So the other stuff, I guess, that wasn't my imagination either. Other stuff? You're interested in it too, aren't you, Edgy? Great, let me show you. Show me what exactly? Show me your sketch, please. I drew a picture of it all. Got the whole scene down exactly as I saw it. I'm still not confident in my work, so, well, I want to see. Really? All right, here. Why is she crying blood? Why is there blood? What on earth? It's grotesque. That must be why the sprinklers were turned on for real, to wash that shit off. Huh, but what does it mean? Trying to tell me that the statue was crying tears of blood? I have to say, Larice, it's pretty scary. Right? Because it was scary. It was supposed to be a statue of Gemini, but it ended up and turned into a goddess right before my eyes. Why are there mermaids in this one? That's weird. Was that Pisces? This is weird. There's something off about this for sure. It freaked me out so bad I screamed out loud. So he wasn't reacting to the victim collapsing in front of him after all? I like how Gusteau also had a seahorse dragon on his hand. Wait, when you say it turned into a goddess, what do you mean exactly? What do you mean what do I mean? The bottom half was suddenly a fish, that's what I mean. Goddess with a fishy bottom half? Sounds like Pisces to me. I heard it's all based on this legend of a goddess and her son turning into fish to escape some baddie. Oh. Interesting. So that could be Pisces and Aries there. Or no, Capricorn. But that's supposed to be Taurus. Interesting. Wow, really? I thought Pisces was just two plain old fish. Edgy, do you think the statue's cursed? I mean, tears of blood turning into a fish? That's some pretty cursed stuff right there. Don't be a fool. I imagine you simply mistook one statue for the other. I see statue sketch jotted down. Aw, look at you tucking it carefully into your organizer. Because, as much of a fool Larry is, his drawings are actually pretty good evidence. Because he does draw exactly what he sees. Very odd. Huh. Somebody thought I might have a use for it later. Maybe in the bathroom. That's so mean! Why would you say that? You're the worst, Edgy! The worst! Kinda freaky deaky, though. Statue at the bottom half that changes shape. I'm pretty keen to find out what went down in the autumn wing, aren't you? Suppose I am, yes. Would there be some kind of trick to the Pisces statue, perhaps? Yes, Outdoor speaking. I'm just about done here, sir. There's no danger from the gas anymore. You can come in now. Thanks. Good work, detective. This just reminds me of Heidelin and Zodiark down here, these two. Seems it's finally safe to enter the autumn wing. The good detective sure has impeccable timing. Mom, let's go take a look. I want to see this Pisces statue. You're going in there, Kay? Maybe I should come along too. You really think I was going to leave you out here on your own? I know better than that. Alright, everyone, to the autumn wing. And so these have illuminated tarps over them, I assume. Here we are at last, and it really does look a lot like the winter wing. Glad you could make it. Oh, hey there. You're, Harry, was it? Good to see you, Harry. No, for the last time, the name's Laristo Nim. Detective, your report, if you don't mind. Yes, sir. Okay, so first off, I found a blowtorch. Okay. Nozzle was still warm when I found it, so I guess it was used pretty recently. Huh. Was it used to melt the ice on the statues? Somebody using it to heat something? There are signs it was used just before the police arrived, possibly to heat something? Was the stepladder already like that when you entered? Yeah, guess it was used by whoever let out the gas. The gas was inside this case until somebody opened the lid. Why was there gas pumped into the case? And why was Gusteau torching the work inside? Is that so? The Pisces statue. Huh? You're sure up on your constellation, sir. You know what the other one is in the case too? This is the autumn wing, so I imagine it should be Capricorn. Guess there's no fooling you, sir. I thought it was supposed to be Tauros. That weird cloth draped around it kind of tripped me up. Isn't that a piece of luminous cloth from way back when? What's that doing here? Now we have evidence from the IS-7 incident too. Yep. Salt rock too. Cloth that glows when connected to a full spectrum light emitting device. Yeah. This is super— oh! She did say that when it's blue it looks like ice. So are we covering these to hide which statues they really are? This is the true winter ring, right? Taking a look around. Seems there's a piece of luminous cloth on each of the other cases, too. Yeah, and that just makes me want to see what's hiding underneath really bad. Let's take them off, I need to know. Sure, let me whip them off, all right off for you. Wow, they're beautiful. Alright, so that's Aries and Aquarius then. Oh, so this really is the autumn wing. According to what should be visible. Capricorn, Aquarius, Pisces, and Aries, yeah. Why do they look so similar, though? That's really weird. So the transformation Larry witnessed. Could it have been the moment when the cloth around the Pisces statue's lower half fell away? See, Edgy? See? I wasn't imagining things, that wasn't mistaken. Listen, Master, I think we can all agree this room is fishier than a bucket of fish. My hunch is that somebody deliberately tried to make this room look just like the winter wing. Yes, I was thinking of exactly the same thing. They even covered the statues up just in such a way to make them look similar. The cloth over the bottom half, the Pisces and Gemini statues look almost exactly the same. Ditto for Capricorn. Cover his bottom half and he looks pretty much like Taurus. The other two can't be fixed as easily, so covering their cases up completely was the only answer. Somebody went to some lengths to disguise the autumn wing as the winter wing. I'd say we need to take a closer look at things in here. Wouldn't you agree, Fender? Why are you two here? Nothing happened. Everybody's fine. Who are you even trying to convict? Mr. Winner and Judge Goodville. What the heck are you guys doing here? You're the last thing I need. This is my scene, you hear? I'm here as a fucking visitor. Mr. Edgeworth, it seems I have failed in my duty yet again. I pray one day to make you see that your presence is not required at every crime scene. Look, I was here when it happened. I was just chilling. I was just here as a visitor. Also, I still don't like you. You are super suspicious. Ugh. And that co-opting the good detective for your own ends is neither right nor good. Hey, he volunteered to come here on his own. I'm just here as a friend. I'm emotional support for the detective. I will have to give serious consideration as to how the goddess of justice would have made me judge you. Would have me judge you. Sorry. Got it all wrong. It was me who asked Mr. Edgeworth to help, not the other way around. It was? Well, then you know what that means, Detective Flatfoot. Oh, you mean... Exactly! Your, salary check is taking a hit. But you're looking forward to payday now. Always wanted to say that. Man, getting a wage cut from you of all people. Not so fast, Mr. Winner. I was simply assisting with the police's investigation as a witness and bystander. Detective Gumshoe's entirely in the right. Oh, he is, huh? So you're saying I should give him a bonus instead? Yes, please. Edgeworth doctors pay way too much. Please give the man a raise. That's not what I'm saying at all. How could you? He's your friend! He makes so little money. Support him. Hey, I wouldn't mind a little salary bump. Your compassion and generosity are truly heartwarming, Eustace. But we must take into account past transgressions in making judgments that concern the future. And I hereby judge Mr. Edgeworth and his associates unfit to tread the hallowed ground of the scene. What? We only just got here. The goddess of justice has been conferred her blessings on Eustace and Eustace alone. By which you mean this is Mr. Winner's case? That's exactly what she means. It's time for the warm-up act to get off the stage. After all, I solved this one already. I'm a suspect lined up and everything. What did you just say? Suspect already? Who? Who else but your artist friend over there? Bro, what the fuck? Can you leave Larry alone? He didn't do shit. Huh? Me? Me? What's going on, Edgy? Your guess is as good as mine. I can't even begin to imagine how the boy's mind works. Unsurprising that you lack the attitude to understand the winning mindset. Lack the attitude? Something tells me he doesn't know the real winning turn of phrase. Well put, Eustace. Mr. Edgeworth does indeed lack a certain aptitude. The other guy's just a fucking idiot, but you're kind of a bitch. She sucks. There's absolutely no proof that fucking Larry did anything. He's an idiot. He barely has 2 brain cells to rub together if he does at all. If he even has more than one at all. Yeah, exactly. Where's your attitude, smart guy? There's no way he could have, like, concocted something evil to do this shit. Wow, he's totally shameless. Underestimate my information-gathering skills at your own peril. Before we came here, we dropped by the medical room to ask the doctor there a few questions. And he told me where the poison gas came from. And where might that have been? It's this chemical you find everywhere. Can't think of the name just now, though. Wait there a second. Let me just call him really quick. Perhaps I can answer your question while Eustace is on the telephone. Why let him make the call if you already know the answer? The gas is created by mixing 2 specific chemicals. Ubiquium and asphyxian. What kind of chemicals are they? Ubiquium is a red liquid used in all manner of everyday products. Paint and dishwashing liquids, among various others. On its own, it's entirely benign. Are they blaming him because he's an artist and he just has paints on him? Just because he's an artist. So it's something anyone could get their hands on? Precisely, but the same cannot be said for asphyxian. That does sound nasty. What's it used for? It is the main ingredient in a product called Insecticide Ultra. It is pure white in color and is unavailable to the average consumer. In fact, it is nigh impossible for members of the public to obtain it here in this country. As such, we are currently investigating where it might have come from. The gas was produced when bright red ubiquium and pure white asphyxian were mixed together. So basically when paint got onto the statue, which for some reason has asphyxian on it. Poison gas ingredients data jotted down. Okay. I'm back, and I know the name of the chemical now. Don't waste your breath. Judge Gavel informed us already. Huh? Oh, great. That'll make this quicker then, I guess. So, the source of the gas ubiquium is used in paint and stuff, right? And there was somebody here at the gallery today who bought paints with them. Your friend, the artist. That was a really bullshit reason to accuse somebody, though. You can't accuse me just because of that. Objection to the paints on the palette in your hand. Edgy, is this kid okay? He seems a little... Indeed. I haven't known him long, but he's a little prone to jumping to the wrong conclusions. Hey, quit talking about me like I'm not even here! Ignore them, Eustace. They're simply intimidated by you, nothing more. How can you support him? What kind of support, like... She claims to be all about justice and the goddess of justice and doing what's right, but she's like... such a fucking idiot. She like gathers the proper evidence and then like... Well, she gathers some evidence and then uses it poorly. And then encourages him to do it. I don't fucking know. Like, their relationship is so stupid. She at least gathers the pieces, but then she lets him jump to the wrong conclusions about it. And it's weird. And she's just like, oh, you were blessed by the goddess of justice, so it's fine. And it's like, no, it's not! Why aren't you trying to find out the truth? Why are you like this? Why not give them yet another reason to fear you with one of your winning deductions? I can't tell if he's her puppet or if she's just also an idiot supporting another idiot. I guess that's what I'm getting at. Winning? Yes, good idea. Get a load of this, losers. Winner's winning deduction. Our friend, the artist here, won the race to find the victim and was the first on the scene, correct? And the gas the victim was poisoned with is made from ubiquium, which as we know is found in paint. He was carrying paint on his person and he was one winning stride away from the victim. Which surely makes him the winner on our list of suspects, but why would he even be in that room? Oh, okay, no, never mind. We know why he was in the room. He thought it was the winter exhibit. But why did he think it was the winter exhibit? And Fender, too. There's something weird. Right, Gavel? You think so too, right? It is a possibility that certainly can't be discounted. Yeah, it's a possibility, but you can't- that's not enough grounds to arrest him. Well, would the artist like to share his version of events? Did you leave red paint at the scene of the crime? Or something more sinister? The catalyst for a cloud of toxic gas, perhaps? I think I might have left my heart there, you know, and you might have picked it up. I would be careful what you say to me. My gavel is already primed to deliver a guilty verdict.
Objection!
Ignore him, please, Your Honor. It's for the best.
Objection!
Quit stalling! You can't run away from the fact that my reasoning is flawless. So admit defeat and crawl on out of here with your tail between your legs, because I win! I have better things to do than pick holes in your faulty logic, but I don't suppose I have much choice. Who let this kid pass the fucking bar?
Hold it!
We're the first to admit that he's something of a suspicious character.
Objection!
First to admit? Are you trying to beat me to it? Oh, I have by 26 years, yes. But you can, because I'm the winner. I am the first rate, always. Huh? I'm a first rate artist, you say? Larry, shut the fuck up. I don't need you to make this any more convoluted than it already is. Please, Mr. Winner, just continue. Gas is poison made from ubiquium.
Hold it!
Do indeed. It seems it's found in a number of everyday products. Right, which makes your friend's paint pretty darn suspicious. But isn't it also found in a bunch of other stuff too? Huh, she has a winning point, I guess. Right, Gavel? I suppose she does. As I said, ubiquium is also found in dishwashing liquids, among other things. In other words, paint isn't the only possible explanation. No, but just listen to the rest of my amazing deduction, will you? I went a little off on there. I went too much Larry. It's fine. It's carrying paint on his person.
Hold it!
Yes, and? By no means certain that paint was the source of the poison gas. Ha! Well, it's by no means certain that it wasn't, either. Is that supposed to sound clever? Copying Mr. Edwards' style isn't a shortcut to looking cool, you know. Make it sound as if you think there's something wrong with how I speak. Anyway, to bring it all home, my winning deduction shows he had paint, and he was closest to the victim. Surely makes him the winner of our list of suspects.
Hold it!
That's really all you're basing your suspicion of Mr. Butts on? What? You have a problem with that? Then show me some proof, loser! Put up or shut up! He's literally asking for it, Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, so let's find the right piece of evidence and really give it to him. We know that Mr. Winner isn't much of a listener, and we also know that his reasoning is likely to be based on a flawed assumption. Yeah, he even phoned the other guy and he still got it wrong somehow. Let's get this over with as quickly as we can. It's a waste of all of our time. Uh-huh. He was carrying paint on his person. Was he? Surely makes him the winner on our list of suspects. I feel like this is probably... depicting the Pisces statue exactly as he saw it. This dark shade of blue, being around such a common color from time to time, just might do me some good. Jeez Louise, Mazzarino, talk about corny. You could fill an entire extra-large bucket by yourself. That's rich coming from you, Fender. Oh, these are to set what color? These must be the switches that change the color of the cloth. Let's see if they work. Well, the cloth has certainly changed color. It's glowing with a pale blue hue. According to Detective Gumshoe, this is what it looked like when it was still draped over that statue. Indeed. What does that have to do with the case? Looks like ice. I didn't mean to do that. Alright. Was he carrying paint on his person? It's a sketch. He has a sketchbook. I don't know about carrying paint, though. British pharmacist in interment age. Can't resist sweets. Also acts as his mouthpiece. District Court Judge and member of the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence. Greatest prosecutor ever to prosecute, according to himself anyway. In fact, his relationship with logic is tenuous at best. That's really funny. That's really mean too. Self-styled great thief who and so-called Yoseka Yatagarasi is always looking to bag the greatest treasure of all, the truth. Homicide detective. Oh yeah, he works on homicide. From the local precinct, he's always first on the scene at any murder investigation. Former assistant to Samson Tangaroa and current owner of the Zodiac Hall Art Gallery. She loves to sing and dance. Pseudonym of Larry Butts, my friend since childhood. He fancies himself as something of an artist. A confectioner who, having breathed in poisonous gas, was found collapsed outside the auto wing. He's not dead yet, though. Senior partner at Edgeworth & Co. and former assistant to my father. He worked on the original IS-7 incident. Was he carrying paint, though? I guess we'll just try it. That's not it. Right, you've contradicted yourself there. It's not a contradiction. I'm just saying that I don't think he was carrying paint, like you say. I don't know. Well, good Adele can keep covering, we'd be able to get the truth. Carrying paint on his person, he was the one winning stride away from the victim. Was he, though? Surely makes him the winner on our list of suspects. What are we looking for here? Because, like, the stupid shit he says doesn't match any of my evidence. One step away. But where the fuck would he get the other ingredient? One winning stride away. Reason likely based on a flawed assumption, yeah. Won the race to find the victim, was the first on the scene. Gas was poisoned with made from ubiquitin, which was known as found in paint, yes. He's carrying paint on his person, he was the one winning stride away from the victim. But, like, where would he get the asphyxian? I don't know what we're going for here. There's a lot of things wrong, but I don't know what we're going for. Okay, we're probably trying to- we probably want to do it on the other statement, but I don't know what. Makes him the winner on the list of suspects. Really all we're basing assumptions on? Any problem with that? Show some proof. Find the right piece of evidence. And really give it to him. Based on a flawed assumption. Made from ubiquitin, which we know is found in paint. It's made from ubiquitin and asphyxian. That was the one we're going for. Okay. You missed the fact that it's made from two things. Your deductions are anything but winning, I'm afraid. Unless you're looking to win a prize for incoherence. So you agree that I deserve a prize? What you deserve is to be set right. The gas came from within the case containing the sculpture of Pisces. It did! And it was created by the artist guy! When the red paint that we know is full of ubiquitin! Allow me to offer you a bit of advice. One prosecutor to another. It always helps to listen carefully to others. The gas is created when ubiquitin is mixed with another substance, asphyxian. Paint containing ubiquitin alone wouldn't create any kind of gas at all. It wouldn't? I thought they said that the guy was asphyxiated with ubiquitin. So you're telling me that all this was based on mishearing the forensics report? Yeah. The gas had already done its work by the time Mr. Butts found the victim. Perhaps it's your own aptitude you should be worrying about. My attitude? What does that even mean? This fucking idiot was like, your aptitude isn't good enough. But he doesn't even know what that means. You literally used the word 5 minutes ago. It means one's ability or how suited one is to a particular task, Eustace. And attitude, the other word you misused only minutes ago as well, is another thing entirely. I get what you're doing. You're making fun of me again. What I am doing is demonstrating that you do not have the aptitude required to head up this investigation.
Overruled.
Before you go any further, you might wish to consider some of the flaws in your own statements. And what flaws might those be? Firstly, that you cannot prove your artist friend did not enter the Autumn Wing. And secondly, that you cannot prove the red paint did not have something to do with the crime. But the paint isn't important on its own, surely. What's important is the combination of red ubiquium with white asphyxian. How exactly were the two substances introduced to one another? Surely we need to figure that out before anything else. Indeed we do. And that is what Eustace will be investigating next. Or what he would already be investigating had you not been here making needless trouble. You're the people who came up here and started causing trouble with us. We were just minding our own fucking business here as witnesses. You're the fucking weirdos. We're not here to make trouble. Quite the opposite, in fact. We're here to help. Are you saying you know how the gas is made? I don't believe you. You would know how it was made too if you listened to the forensics report. But if you mean, like, in this case specifically, no, we don't know what happened. We know it was inside the case, though. I can certainly point you toward a vital clue as to how it was done. He's bluffing, Eustace. Ignore him. It's fine, Gavel. He's clearly lying. Might as well let him talk himself even further into a corner. Why is she a judge? Who let her be a judge? She's terrible. It sucks for anyone who gets judged by her. If you are sure. Come on then, show me what you've got. What shows how the gas is created, The crying of the statue, which I hate to say this, but fucking Larry. You're saying this somehow shows us how the chemicals were mixed to make the poison gas? That's exactly what I'm saying, yes. Thank you for noticing. Well, they do say I have a good eye. The red tears Mr. Butts saw, that was the ubiquium. What? Wait a second. You're saying the statue cried the stuff out? What, so our culprit is some kind of evil spirit? How much time am I going to have to waste taking him through this step by step? Red tears alone would not have been enough to create the gas. It must have mixed with something else inside that case. What? And what evidence do you have that that's what happened? The evidence is right here in the sketch I just showed you. Need to point out the part that shows that the two liquids have mixed together. This? This puddly pool of pink? Otherwise, observe the pool of pink liquid beneath the Pisces statue's glass case. This clearly shows that the two chemicals mixed. What? Wait! I don't get it! How does that prove that some ubiquium mixed with some asphyxian? We have an artist with us, why don't we ask him? Larry, you claim to be something of a painter. I imagine you have some experience mixing colors. What happens when you mix red with white? Don't treat me like I'm a dum-dum, Edgy. I did graduate from junior high, you know. But apparently Eustace didn't. Any idiot knows that red and white make pink. I mean, there's variations. You got your rose pinks and your baby pinks. That's enough. That'll be more than enough, thank you. Do you see what I'm getting at now, Mr. Winner? Oh, I think I do. Ubiquium is red and asphyxian is white. Mix the two together, and you get pink. That's what the pink liquid is. Yes, very good. We got there in the end. Yes! Interesting! I think you finally convinced him. Mr. Edgeworth, you have raised a possibility, nothing more. We cannot know for sure that this shows the result of two chemicals having mixed. Besides, the sketch you are attempting to enter as evidence was drawn by a suspect. How can we possibly hope to rely on its veracity? Hey, I draw everything exactly as I saw it. A true artist never lies or embellishes the truth. Forgive me, but I did not ask for your opinion. Oof, she's a cold one, but I like it. Oh god, Larry. May rest assured, Your Honor, that I mean to prove my theory to all of our satisfaction. It may not be wise to jeopardize your position any further, Mr. Edgeworth. Especially as there is another question to which you have yet to provide a satisfactory answer. How can you prove that this man did not enter the Autumn Wing? Till you are able to, there's little more to discuss. Wait, maybe the victim could help us out with that? Mr. Gusteau? He's still unconscious and in critical condition. He is? Oh. Now, if you don't mind, Eustace needs to carry out his own investigation of this area. If you would be so kind as to leave him in peace. I was wondering who did this. It was Larry. For the presiding judge's sake, I pray to the goddess that you need not ever be summoned to testify. Now then, is there something you wish to say? Mr. Artist? You could just hold on to that pose for a moment there, Miss Ice Queen. I am Justice Verity Gavel, and I would be grateful if you would dispense with the childish epithets. Oh, finally she tells me your name. Nice to meet you, Verity. Name's Laurice Donim, but you can just call me Laurice. If you could stop wasting the court's time, Mr. Donim. Oh yeah, sorry, it's just something I forgot to mention. Door was locked. I tried to open it, and then the old guy came tumbling out. It does appear that the door can be unlocked from the inside. However, that does not necessarily mean that it was locked at the time as you claim. Without proof, your statement carries little weight, I am afraid. We tried the door, it was also locked. Objection! Well, as it happens, I can back our pal here up on that. Yep, we tried to come in here too, but it's just like the guy said. It was locked up tight. Ain't that so, Malzarino? It is. I distinctly remember how it went. So, Winterwing, Winterwing. Huh? I don't believe it. It's locked. Gallery's open for biz, but the Winter Wonder Wing's off limits. What gives? Prior to the incident with the gas, it was not possible to enter this room from the outside. And what is to say that your suspicious friend was not in here with the victim the entire time? The fact that he didn't suffer the ill effects of the gas. Search him for a gas mask if you like. I doubt you'll find one. I see. Then I suppose we will have to take you at your collective word. That was a little too easy. Well, Judge Gavel, did you accept that Mr. Butts is no longer a viable suspect? That once again, Mr. Winter's deductions have fallen short of the mark? What are you talking about? I just need to find some more information, that's all. You can't blame a guy for being a little hasty with his deductions. You know, it's not cool for a prosecutor to be saying stuff like that, right? Very well, and perhaps we should call our next suspect. Mr. Donim, you may step down from the stand. Huh? Go, you mean? But I was enjoying our time together, Verity. Let me stick around, please. Overruled. Show no mercy. Squish my heart into goopy mush. I love it. You're so weird, Larry. Who exactly is this next suspect? Pharmacist Alicia Scone. Oh, I'm fine if you accuse her. She's a fucking weirdo, but it's also probably also not her. Because you guys have terrible logic. Y'all have terrible logic. Your artist friend may have struggled to lay his hands on a bottle of Infesticide Ultra, but someone in her line of work would surely have a better idea of where such a thing might be acquired. The court hereby calls for a 10-minute recess. Eustace, will you go and fetch the suspect? Your winning smile will bring her running, I am sure. My winning? Of course, Gavel! Let's go get her at once! Hey, Detective Flatfoot, you carry on investigating while I'm gone, okay? Sure. Is it possible? Could Judge Gavel have suspected Miss Scone from the start? Now that you mention it, she wasn't helping Mr. Winter like she usually does, huh? What exactly is our angle here, Judge Gavel? To be continued. We are 3 parts in. But please, please, please. Okay, we're 3 parts in, but I think that's actually where we're gonna stop for the day. It's been 4 hours. I'm kind of tired. I'm about out of tea. Had a good time though. It was fun. Ace Attorney is always a good time. I'm very interested in this case and what's going on. I have a lot of questions. I have so many questions. It's very odd that everything related to IS-7 is kind of coming back. So I feel like we're going to solve that case 18 years later. We know that Von Karma forges evidence to get his victory. We know that maybe we can get Samson released and 18 years late, but better than being locked up forever, right? So maybe we can do something for the poor guy. I heavily suspect that it's Judy because she had sufficient motive and got a lot out of this. He's living up the good life for having Samson locked away. Doesn't seem all that hurt by it, even though he was our partner. So that's my suspicion, but that we're gonna have to figure out what happened next time. So thank y'all for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Ace Attorney is a very, very good time. Really makes me want to play Chicken Police too. So I gotta figure out when we're gonna work that in. We'll work it in sometime this year. I do want to also do more Yakuza after this, so we'll figure it out. But yeah, thank you for everybody who came by today. Darjalingling, Warlock, Neoneko, any other chatters I may have missed, lurkers, future VoD watchers. Appreciate you all. Have a good evening, everybody. Have a good rest of your weekend. Pretty sure we're not raiding tomorrow. I need to check. Make sure people responded. Oh, actually, we might be raiding tomorrow. People changed their things. We might be raiding tomorrow. Cool! There might be a raid tomorrow, which means there might be a stream tomorrow evening. So we'll see what happens. For now, have a good night, everybody. Have a great rest of your weekend. If you want to see more Ace Attorney and you're not already following, please go ahead and follow. We will resume next Saturdays. Saturdays is our Ace Attorney day. Yeah, hopefully we pick it up sooner than we started today, but it kind of varies, so if you're following, that's the best way to know when we go live for it. But anyway, thank y'all for coming. Have a wonderful weekend, and take care. Happy 2025, y'all. First Ace Attorney stream of 2025. How about that? All right, have a good evening, everybody. Take care. Bye bye.